All right. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody in person and everybody online. This is day 2 of the Lessons Learned workshop on emergency risk education in Ukraine. For those of you who are new, my name is Nick. I've been the DRC's Risk Education Program Manager for the last 5 years here in Ukraine. And on discussion number 2, we have our guests from UNICEF, Svetlana and Tanya, and Patrick from the Halo Trust. The first discussion will be on emergency risk education materials. Before we go into that, I will just run you again through some logistical things for you to know. This venue is a shelter, so if in case of air alarms, you can stay here. It's absolutely safe. The toilets are on the first floor. Yesterday, a few of you went to those on the left. Those are not functioning, so please go to the first floor. Smoking is done outside. There is a sign at the entrance. For those who are in person and are in need of translation, just put your headphones on. If you don't need translation, put them off. For those online, there is option there in the translation for either English or Ukrainian. This workshop is recorded, and after the end of it, you will all receive a link to the recording. If anybody in here needs a password for the Wi-Fi, they should be posted on a couple of the pillars and at the registration table. Coffee breaks and lunch are provided inside here, so no need to leave. And if there's any other issues, just find a DRC staffer and they will help you out. That is all from the logistical elements, and then we'll look at what we'll cover today in this section specifically. This is not the exclusive list, but it's just some of the topics that have been raised by both the global risk education community and that here in Ukraine. So we'll be looking at have we been reviewing or amending risk education materials since February 2022? Have we included any new EO threats, explosive ordnance threats? Has that been costly or time consuming? Has the organization used social and behavioral change theory or approach to these redesigns? And what have been our target groups when it comes to the materials? These are just some of the points. So during the discussion, if you have anything to add that it might not be covered here, please do so. The discussions today will largely depend on your participation, both here in person and those online, for us to draw lessons learned about emergency risk education. Without further ado, I will pass the floor to Patrick over here for his presentation on risk education materials.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thanks. Morning, everyone. Thank you very much for having me. I'm Patrick, the EORE manager for Halo here in Ukraine, and I'm going to be talking about some of the emergency materials that we've developed for farmers since last year. I'm not going to click it twice.
It didn't kick in, so it's my mistake.
I guess so. Sorry, could we go to the next? Perfect, thank you. So since February of last year, in delivering sessions, we observed a big gap among farmers. While we were delivering our sessions, we saw farmers are disproportionately affected by the invasion for 2 reasons. First, because a lot of agricultural land has been contaminated with both conventional minefields, but also AXO and UXO littering these fields. And also, there's quite a few misconceptions among the agricultural community about how to clear land, what constitutes safe land, but then furthermore, there's a misunderstanding or just flat out people not knowing, excuse me, how to request for their land to be cleared. So often we would go into sessions with agricultural workers and tell them they need to request to have their land cleared, and people wouldn't know how to do that. They wouldn't have those resources or information. So we identified that and started trying to fill that gap. The 2 main aims of our work were to inform farmers of the threats in their area. So obviously a general overview of different threats, but also then if we have specific information on higher levels of contamination or a specific type of contamination, we want to make farmers aware of that. Dispel common misconceptions. Some of the ones that we found farmers believing that setting fire to fields is an acceptable way to clear that field, and that once it is, once they've burned it, they're able to use it. Also, if there are some crops on a field, the belief that that field is safe and the whole thing can be accessed, and then just misunderstandings around mine signs themselves, but I'll go into all that further. And next, just promoting safe behavior, so trying to get people to behave safer. And then next, of course, is teaching farmers how to request that their land be cleared. So actually showing them the form, explaining the procedure so they're able to submit their requests and have their land queued up to be cleared. So our intervention was three-pronged. The first thing we did was interpersonal EORE sessions. I think they were pretty standard for a lot of the other operators here in the room. We did in-person sessions with materials distribution. We also had a web page, which was a resource for farmers to get the information on how to clear land and also the forms themselves that they needed to submit. And then there was a mass media campaign to reinforce what we were communicating in our sessions and on our web page. But I'll go in greater detail now on each of those points. So the first one here, in-person sessions, I would say, yeah, they're pretty standard for a lot of operators here in the room. We had roughly 60-minute sessions where we went over the key EORE messaging, identifying common hazards, talking about safe practices, misconceptions, and then also requesting how to request to have land cleared. We haven't done a proper focus group review yet. That's something we're planning to do by the end of this year, hopefully. But observationally and anecdotally, I guess, we've found farmers are receptive to this information, but there is still a bit of pushback. We've found farmers have a higher appetite for risk-taking behavior, and a lot of that comes from the urgency of needing to work their lands because that's their livelihood. So a lot of times farmers will say, okay, we need to be doing this right now. And it's, yeah, the work that we're doing is trying to tell them, I understand this is urgent, but we need to find a way around this. You can't be on these lands, it's not safe. The next thing, also standard, materials distribution. So we have a couple things here. I'm sorry to say we do have a flyer that we hung up, but we're trying to switch over. We've got the flyer with general information. As you can see, this is just a bus stop in Mykolaiv that we've posted this information on with general EORE messaging. We also have here, though, the flyer on the right is a poster which breaks down the steps of how to request to have your land cleared. So it breaks it into 6 steps. And then there's also the QR code that goes onto our webpage, which I'll talk about in a sec. The other thing here that we developed for farmers was a notebook, which I have a copy of here. Which, yeah, this was just another thing we observed. Farmers usually were carrying around notebooks to manage their records and their businesses. So what we wanted to do was give them an option which had EORE messaging. As you can see, it's got safe messaging on the front 2 pages and the last couple of pages, as well as a QR code as well. And another thing that we found, farmers were making a lot of calendars in their notebooks, so we've included a calendar in there, which is open, like it doesn't have the specific months and dates. People can fill in the numbers of the days themselves, and that's just a way to make it so we can still be delivering it in December and they can use it for the next year. Next here, so this is the Halo web page itself. Yeah, it started as just a project for farmers to get the request forms themselves, but we quickly realized that this could be a much more useful resource. So this right here is just the farmer page itself. This is all embedded within the Halo global website, but we've also since added a page for volunteers and a page for returnees, people returning to their areas of origin. And we're planning to expand this further as well. We also have a general overview page. But this, yeah, if farmers are scanning any QR codes, it will take them to the general page, then they can select farmers and, yeah, get the information and the forms that they would need to submit their requests. And last part of this, we have our mass media campaign. So we've also put up billboards to reinforce the information that we've communicated. We have these ones here are around Mykolaiv region. We determined the location of them both in speaking to local authorities, figuring out where there were high traffic areas where farmers were coming and going quite a bit, near markets, near fields. But then also with state emergency services, they helped us identify specific areas that were high traffic spots that we would know people were coming and going quite a lot. So that is, I guess, what we've done so far, but obviously we're not done. We want to keep focusing on farmers, and we want to try and improve this campaign a bit further. I'll just go down some of the things that we're planning to do to improve. The first one here is streamlining the clearance application process. Up to this point, we are giving farmers the form itself and telling them how to submit it, but there's no real follow-up. From governments or from ourselves. We don't have the liaison capacity to be managing their applications themselves. What we would like to be able to do is help local administrations come up with some sort of system of how farmers can go in and check on the status of their application, or even get a rough estimate of when their land might be cleared. I realize that's pretty ambitious to be able to say it will be cleared 12 months from now or whatever it is, but in a perfect world, we would like to start trying to streamline that process a bit further. Additionally, we're going to add more materials. So harvest season, of course, right now will be winding down excuse me, in the next couple of months, but we want to start the next planting season. We'll ramp this back up again and add more materials, radio ads, social media, more billboards, etc., to reinforce the stuff. We will still be, of course, doing in-person sessions. That's just a way to reinforce. The other thing that we are very keen to discuss is connecting with other orgs that might be doing anything related to livelihood opportunities. Because as I mentioned before, a big problem that we have is we will give this information to farmers. They'll say, that's all well and good, but this is our livelihood opportunity. Like, this is how we make money. We need to be on these farms right now. We have no other way to support ourselves. So we would love to be able to tell people, okay, here's other organizations with livelihood opportunities, other things that you can be doing to support yourselves and your families. Right now, I mean, you may have seen, anyone who can read Ukrainian, we also post our flyers for recruitment to tell people if you want to come work for Halo. That would be a way to, generate income. But that's not for everyone. Not everyone wants to be doing it. So any other opportunities would be very helpful. And then, further ones, I guess, is just starting to do materials testing on the next round of notebooks. We want to start putting those out. At the next planting season, we'll have another batch of those going out. So just testing those and making sure they're up to snuff. All right, any questions, or maybe we want to do those after? I don't know.
We'll open the floor for questions at the end. But thank you very much for the presentation. It will now pass the floor to Tanya and Svetlana.
Good morning, everyone. May I ask one question? Who is the native Ukrainian speaker here in the audience? Can you raise your hand? Ukrainian speakers. Ukrainian, who speaks Ukrainian? Okay, sorry guys, we will switch to Ukrainian. So if you can, because if we have more people in native speakers, then we can switch. Можемо, будь ласка, вивести презентацію ЮНІСЕФ?
But the presentation is in English.
Yeah, so presentation materials are in English, but we will switch to Ukrainian. Отже, сьогодні ми хочемо поговорити трошки більше про те, які матеріали щодо мінної безпеки ми виробляли, як тільки розпочалася війна 24 лютого на всю країну. Ми вже працювали з мінною просвітою з 2014 року, і, звичайно, ми покривали більше східні області, тобто в нас вже була велика кількість матеріалів, які ми розробляли.
Regions of Ukraine, so we had some materials already for children, for parents, for teachers, but since February 24th, just an hour and a half after it all started, we understood that we needed to produce content helping Ukrainians be safe and be aware of EORE issues, and our program quickly scaled up to the scope of the entire country, and we would like to share some So let us try to switch slides. Okay. So this entire campaign, and if you have participated yesterday, you probably have the idea. Our intention is behavior change. And it's not just a cool word we are trying to use. No, we are trying also to understand every step our audience is going through. So it is understanding of their behavior, then developing their knowledge, and then engagement and action. So when we understand that people did not know certain things before, we are establishing some basic knowledge level. And at this level, the person knows something. And we are using personal approach, as Patrick has mentioned. Yeah, there are in-person sessions. There are some materials that ensure a slightly longer contact. And so when the person knows that a certain thing is unsafe and they want to do something about it, then we can explain the steps, what can be done, where to call, what to explain to children, etc. And this is the way we ensure the safe behavior, and we are helping people avoid the harm to their health and life. So we have this 360 approach covering people with media campaign, and also you probably could have seen some information materials, so as Patron the dog, and the possible locations of some dangerous materials. And we have also launched a new campaign before the new school year. Also, we are producing lots of edutainment materials, digital interventions, and collaborations, and also some content which is integrated into different channels and different other materials. So we will briefly explain to you how we were working with those materials and their distribution when our entire country became our target audience. So yeah, thank you, Svetlana. The approach we have chosen since the onset of this full-scale invasion, we analyzed the existing content, and we realized that we needed to change, because previously we worked in the Ukraine as face-to-face sessions, but here, of course, we already had some understanding of what people knew and what people didn't know in these, but here we needed to start from scratch. Some simple messages that would be understandable to the different audiences. And of course, we had some basic tasks in Ukraine. We needed to survive, and these first days we didn't have time to take care of design. So we I did something very quickly while traveling from one part of Ukraine to another. And you can see some very first attempts that we made on our own. And among the lessons learned, we could share that when emergency starts, the demand is huge in the population. The time of this demand is limited, and here in Ukraine it lasted for about 3 months. After that, we could see some drop. So in this first stage, some quick and simple solutions are necessary. You don't have to contract some designers, etc. We need to do it quickly, and well, it's better to do something timely than beautifully. The same was happening with the more recent Kakhovka Dam explosion. So you could also see our video, which was made in the very first day, and the coverage was much better than the materials produced later, although they were of much higher quality. And thank you. So it's very important that at the beginning, people wanted to have some essential information, the look and shape of the mines, etc., etc., and the coverage was huge. Every post had about 800,000 views, and the engagement rate was very high. Thank you. So this approach that we had, the fast and furious approach in the social media marketing, it was very different from what UNICEF was usually making, but this was some very simple content. And since children are a large share of our audience, these are quite often kindergarten children. They do not have well-developed logical thinking, so we need to come up with very simple messages, comparisons, pictures. So we have compared the most widespread types of EOD with some daily items. And yeah, so these are some of the examples of what we made, the cards we produced. This is something that teachers keep asking from us. They want to have them in their libraries because that's what they use in their classes with the children. One more lesson learned is that in the beginning, when the demand is huge, um, text is okay. I mean, having lots of text. The more text, the better. People kept asking for more detail, and actually, these pictures with lots of text on them were readily shared because, as a rule, we know that the SMM rules are having very little text in the picture and more text in the description. But since here people need to share information quickly, and we, in this case, opted for a longer text in the picture, and it's difficult for a person to make a screenshot if the text is long. But if it's just one picture, again, it's against the rules of SMM, but that's what people gladly shared. And when the demand is high and we need to come up with something very quickly, this is a material we can produce. And then over time, we transitioned to something that was more SMM-like. And it was also necessary at a later stage. So in the lessons learned from the Ukrainian emergency, we should note that the context of the country has a great impact on the communications we make. But of course, much of Ukraine's experience will be irrelevant for other countries where they have a large percentage of literate population. And also, we looked into other existing materials which could be repackaged or even reposted. So we had some videos that circulated since 2014. We thought many people were aware of them, but of course, these were mainly people in the East. So these were the videos for children, like the safe vacations and some content for older audience, like comic strips. So we had to review our communication over time. We needed to include class terminations. Again, this is something that we have not communicated about before, and also some new types of EOD, which became more relevant. And this is something that we should be developing in parallel. So we need to develop new things and repackage the existing ones. So we had some set of puzzles, and they existed in the printed form, and this is something suitable for working with children in the shelters, but we have repackaged them as a set of cards, and again we published them, and they were quite user-friendly and they were quite shareable. So all of those riddles, they contained the essence of the safe behavior rules. Each card reflected a certain rule. And so once we got more time, or once people started working on their computers, we started working on the new content. We understood that what we had was great, but it was not enough to cover all the audiences, all the subjects, and all the geography of Ukraine. It would be great to make some rapid assessment. So we based our assessments on a social media listening, and we also used the approach we had since 2016. We understood that edutainment is something that a child would readily keep, and long-term memory, of course, is something that develops over time. One-time communication is not enough. And for a child, the traditional approach is to give some homework. That's something created with the idea to create long-term memory. And I will be like those multi-level marketing people. I will come to every meeting with all of those test products. Yeah, so this is something that we had since well, quite long ago, but we understood that it's not enough. There is some younger audience and they want more. So this is why we created something for the kindergarten children and the primary school. So there are two characters. One is doing the right things and other doing the wrong things. And these tasks are created in such a way that the child should work with their parents, because yeah, when the child is in such a young age, quite often they cannot read with their parents. They can do those exercises and gradually learn about the dangerous explosive items. So this is why we decided to make something for children to work with their parents. At this stage, they need the support of their parent, and we are showing them different stickers, and the stickers contain the phone number, and this is a way we create this connection. If you see this item, you do not approach it, you do not touch it, but you call this phone number. So this is the message for the younger age group. And for slightly older children, we have this Patron the Dog series, and we made a walk with Patron the Dog. So it's for slightly older audience, but the subjects are more or less the same. What are the possible explosive items, how they look, and what to do, etc. It's just a bit more in depth than for the younger children, and so this is made for different ages, and these activity books are intended not only to share the information, but also create some interaction. And this is what creates a behavior change, because if we just listen to something, this perception is not changing behavior. This is why it's very important to have this interaction. Also, very importantly, each of these materials are like well, they are strongly dependent stickers. Stickers are crucial. We are not saying that we are giving children some gifts, because gifts are triggering some unwanted behavior. So it's not like sitting there and wait until we finally give the gift. No, we are interacting with the children. We are making sure that they enjoy it, but also there are stickers which children like. So both Nick and Patrick already got some pins as well. So these are some examples of these small items to help the child recall what they have learned. And we are also integrating some mental health messages, like checking how the child feels, and some simple ways to address their situation. Also, we are introducing some temporary tattoos. So if we want to show some explosives in some way that would be attractive for people. So, you know, we are showing this dog who has found several types of explosives over the day, and he's showing all of them, and then he's saying, "I'm tired." So this is a way to present content in some organic ways, and the older the child gets, the more creative we should become. And also, since we were creating some new materials, we understood that we needed to produce some convenient materials for teachers to use during the lessons. We worked with teachers in the East. We understood that they should be our agents of change because they are having contact with children anyway. So we are not creating some events to bring our audience to new places. Bringing a person to a new channel or a new place is always much more different than to integrate into a place where the audience can already be found. So there are some channels where the children already can be seen. And we also understand that teachers are in this difficult situation. So we are creating these simple guidebooks, what to do with the youngest children, or what to do with children of the older age, classes 5 to 11. So these are step-by-step instructions. Here is a presentation. These are the pictures. These are the materials for children to work on. These are some tasks, and this is some group work for the children, and these are some safety guides for all the children. These are some of those puzzles we showed you in the beginning. So this is something that can be used in the group work, and the teacher can open them at any time. So again, we are like those multi-level marketing people. So everything is ready for any group of children. You don't have to invent things. Everything is very easy to use. There is this material. You ask children a question, and then you discuss this with them, and then you are given something to them for them to review it at home. So one-time contact is effective, but multiple contact is always more effective. So we need to produce change. We need to make sure that our materials are really used. So we are are against leaflets. Why? Because quite often this is a one-time product, but if you make sure that it is used at multiple stages, then they really become useful. So one of the lessons we can learn from emergency situations is that we need to produce step-by-step instructions for teachers, for social workers, for parents. Everyone needs to get a simple step-by-step instruction. So we have been in this for many years, and the teachers who see this for the first time, they are not willing to do much more than what they are already doing. So the simpler the instruction, the better, and this is the key to any activity. Also, over this time, since we already have a website, Super Team Against Mines, and this is something we have reused, and the new title was Bezpeka Info, and this is where we now have multiple sections. One for the teachers, where they can find lesson plans. Another part is for the parents, because we also had a campaign for parents. One more section is for children, and it is very customized, so there are different materials for different age groups. So this is the website to which we redirect people from other information channels. So if we go into detail of the website goals, of course, it's not about the numbers of the people. It's also about the time people spent on the website. If you have thousands of people coming to you for 10 seconds, that's not what you want. And also, we had the folders that existed for a couple of years, but we have added some new materials there, some new leaflets, and this is something that we have started distributed through the Spilna points, and that's something for children to work at home. And that's yet another reminder to every one of you that there needs to be a set of contacts with the information for the child to change their behavior. And just as Patrick has told you about the farmers, you see the farmers using notebooks, you give them notebooks. If people are using some cell phone stands, some mouse pads, etc., well, we can give them these items with some additional information. So something that people use in their daily lives. And also, we are creating the materials explaining step by step how to introduce mine education. Then Patron's Doc series of videos. This is something that we can talk in more detail about. And also, we need to understand that we are working for two different audiences. One audience is parents, and they are in this peculiar situation. They are traveling with the children somewhere to a safer region, or they are maybe coming back home, and children may have questions, and children have heard probably that, okay, there are some mines and they are unsafe, but they start asking parents questions like, how would I recognize a mine, etc. And especially if they know about someone's situation, that someone has actually got injured or killed. And this is our way to help parents. We are giving them the answers, and all of these banners are animated. This is just a general overview of what we have done, but on our session on digital, you will see a more detailed presentation. So just one campaign, which is called Flight, and the advertising people's language, that's not enough. There needs to be ongoing genuine triggering of one's attention. And coming back to the videos that Svetlana was mentioning, it's a series of 10 different videos. Yeah, there is Patron the dog to attract children's attention, but there is also a series of materials for parents and for much older children, like 16 plus. So there we have a more detailed information by the State Emergency Service about, the explosive power and safe distance, etc. But for much younger children, we are not even given the names of these mines because, children can only memorize 3 new items in a lesson. If you name more of those new things, they will not memorize this. So we understand that these 3 new information bits could be very simple, like how it looks, where it can be found, and how can the territory be marked. And so these are the 10 videos that were placed on railway stations and on trains, wherever there are screens, we were showing this. And basically, this content is for older audiences, not for the youngest children. So yeah. So we will briefly see this. Some of those videos come with the audio, but we will see them later. So we are working by means of direct contact, but we are also making sure that some information is still on the agenda in the media. So we are using satellites and we are making sure that there is one message per one board. Of course, we need to inform about lots of things, but just one message per one board. So in the beginning, people wanted to know how the mines looked like, because the majority of Ukrainians were not aware of that. And we also understood that we needed to cover people who were on the move. And for this purpose, outdoor advertising was very useful. So we had 10 different posters explaining some situations that are important for the returnees coming back home. And we also explained the mines they can see on the go. So this was the situation we our discoveries through social media listening. But at the next stage, when most people knew how mines look like, we changed the style of communication. We added Patron the dog, and we added some messages on the specific behaviors, like where it can happen and what should be done. So again, people thought that they should do something extraordinary if they see the mine, but actually, no, the actions are very simple. And so in this second wave of information, we were focusing on the behavior rules. And also, there is always this urge to add more text to the information campaign. But that's a mistake. If you are using these external advertising, you need to be as simple as possible. Maybe you could focus on the visual and very simple messages up to 5 words. So quite often we would see this advertising with lots of tiny text there. No, that's something people won't read. There should be one catchy phrase that people can easily memorize. And yeah, a few words about the indoor posters. So yeah, you know that the Ministry of the Interior has introduced the new safety classes, and Kunik for helping us. So we have developed these posters. Actually, they were much bigger, so we did not like this format because it's very small. It was just for test purposes, but actually it was A1, much bigger poster with the explainer of some key rules. There are warning signs, etc. There are types of mines, and very importantly, in much of those printed materials, we can see that the size relations are not shown appropriately. So we are trying to address this issue as well to show which mine is bigger, which one is smaller, and simpler behavior messages like stop, don't touch, call the specialists. And so if you want to have more text, you need to opt for indoor rather than outdoor, and to make sure that they are placed where people have a time and ability to read that. So if it's at school, it's great, but if it's the pharmacy, if it's a gas station, if it's a post office, post office is a great example because people are waiting there for a long time, and so it's a good place to have such more in-depth information there. And also in the behavior change theory, you have to watch where people live, where people spend time. So we understood that our Spilno points are places where grandparents and parents bring their children, and they are waiting there till the child plays. So since they are already there, we need to give them some newspapers. So we came up with these ideas of burning news, and so we again created some fast and furious materials. Again, if we made some beautifully designed papers, this could only distract attention, but we were focusing on the content, yeah. And in the second version, we made something very newspaper-like, and of course we also want them to take those newspaper home, and for this purpose we are introducing the crossword puzzles. So we introduce the planting calendars. For instance, my grandparents are buying some hardcore Ukrainian newspaper because there are some horoscopes, and they actually keep them at home. And also when there is a planting calendar, again, this is very useful for people. So yeah, and there are some situational formats such as let's say the International Mine Awareness Day in April. We wanted to present some information, but in such a way that we do not irritate Ukrainians, because, well, the situation has been here for a year already. People didn't want to see us spend money on some events, but they wanted to have something useful, and we didn't want to trigger emotions. So this is something that Ukrainians do eagerly, the national dictations. And yeah, this is something very relevant to the Ukrainian context. And this is something that Ukrainians usually do. So normally these dictations have to do with Ukrainian language and culture, but this time we made a small change. We wanted to make one about mine safety, and we actually invited the actor who makes voiceover for Patron the dog. And so if you have any teams in the field who can support you, it's great because they can support you in such events. So this is something we did together, and actually there was Patron the dog also writing this dictation, and it's very simple format. You don't even need the internet. Okay, so to make it more understandable for the international people among us, yeah, usually the format is the following. Some text is read on the radio. People write the text down at home, making sure that they make no mistakes in the punctuation and in the spelling, and then they are sending their text to the radio, and something checks that, and someone counts the mistakes, and someone is a winner. But in this case, we have no time to check things, so we are just given people the correct version later. So we did it the following way. We made a stream on the UNICEF page on Facebook, on the page of the Ministry of Education, and also the Ukrainian radio, as it was usually happening, and also the spin-off points by UNICEF. So we have covered all the possible channels, and probably every Ukrainian family has a radio. So in this case, no one is really left behind. And so both children and adults were taking part in this activity. And, children were sending us photos of how they were writing this. And actually it was text read on behalf of Patron the dog, because, well, actually it was written by the scriptwriter of the online series. So there were 40,000 children taking part in the live dictation activity. So then we provided the correct text of the dictation, but people kept sending us the pictures because, well, they just enjoyed it so much. And this is something that people liked a lot, despite the fatigue, despite the fact that a year has passed by that time. But, there are new ways that you can find to revive people's attentions. And, this radio dictation was a good way to help us do that. So while we are looking for these new formats, we also need to understand that we are encroaching on the territory of the habits of our audience. So, people already have the habits of writing the dictation, which they got from school, and they are very attentive to the text at this point. And also, we noted that, some people just participated on their own because, well, we have not even contacted everyone who made such activities in class. And yeah, so let us briefly summarize these ideas. Stage 1, we are giving people simple and understandable content, explaining some basic information. Later, based on how the situation unfolds and also based on social media listening or some research, etc., we analyze the statistics, we produce something relevant, so then we have some understanding of what information would be relevant. Also, it's very important that we test materials first. Just the fact that we like them is not enough. You know, at the emergency step, yeah, maybe that would be okay. But at later stages, now we have to understand, make sure that they are useful for the audience. But please don't lose much time for that. Just collect the feedback and adapt your content for the needs of the audience. And also we want to show you some results over the last 2 years, but actually we will focus on that more on the digital content session because that's what produced the best coverage for us. I mean, excluding the mass communications such as TV and radio, but well, we also had a very good engagement numbers in the interpersonal context. So if we compare this to our previous years' indicators with TRC and FSD, we would cover 10,000 children per year. And now it's like 300,000. This is something we could never dream about before. And it's not only about the limited finance, it's also about finding new ways of mine education that could be organically included into other activities of the community. Thank you. Чудово. Дуже вам дякую.
This has been really interesting to see, and hopefully to everybody who's been listening in, illustrated a little bit about the discussion that we're talking about emergency risk education materials. I will ask for my main presentation to be back up, and then we will look at a little bit at the survey results under this discussion with the mine action operators in Ukraine. And then we will open the floor for questions, for discussions, and so on. And so let's have a look at what the community has said. Have we here in Ukraine reviewed and amended materials after February 2022? Unanimously, as you can see, we have. Have we included new EO threats in all of the materials? Indeed, as you can see here, we have. And that also follows good practices from abroad, from similar situations elsewhere. Has this been costly, the revision of the materials? A large majority of us have said not, but to some it also has been a bit costly. But I think this is an important section here. Has this been time consuming? And you can see that indeed it has been time consuming, and anybody who's revising these things will attest to the fact that it is time consuming. And I think this is potentially a good also point for the donor community to understand. I feel that a lot of us in this room had felt the pressure last year from the donors to react fast and faster. But indeed, for us, it is important that what goes out there is accurate, and that does take time. And so it is a good point for elsewhere to understand this is time consuming to be done properly. Looking forward, have we as a community used the social and behavioral change approach in adopting risk education materials? And as you can see, a large majority of the mine action operators here in Ukraine do in one way or another follow the SBC, which is a really great result. What have been the target groups for our risk education materials? As you can see, we have been targeting children, adolescents, adults, students, internally displaced persons, returnees, farmers, and we've seen that today specifically, teachers, caregivers, social workers, and local communities. So quite a spread of different target groups, which means that we don't have generic materials, but really adjusted to all of these groups. Have risk education materials been adjusted from other contexts, and how? You can see that they have been adjusted. They have not been in large majority adjusted from other contexts. Although I admit that the question here, as you can see then from the testimonies, had been interpreted differently. We wanted to see if any of the materials have come from other countries to Ukraine, but indeed you can see from some of the comments there that we have also been adjusting them from region to region, so from oblast to oblast, if there's been a change. And so if I read out the testimonies here, we have developed them for the currently known Ukrainian context, depending on new areas where the teams have discovered new threats, then materials have been adjusted. So it's been regionalized in terms of adjustments here. And then some mine action operators draw on the same principles for risk education in other countries, but they have not adjusted the existing materials from other programs to fit Ukraine. So the principles are the same internationally, but they are then adjusted to the Ukraine. Were made based on Oblast context, the level of exposure to threats and vulnerability of specific target audiences. And then the question, have our materials been gender, age, disability, and diversity inclusive? You can see that unanimously we have said yes to that. And looking at some of the comments made under this question, we created materials for children and adults, even though the primary targets are adults. But this allowed us to respond to ad hoc requests in schools or provide the materials to those that need them. For another operator, the focus was mostly on adjusting materials based on various age groups and disabilities. And then materials are universally adapted, considering the different characteristics of the social strata. And then we asked them, I asked ourselves if our materials complied with the arm approach, and in large majority, we believe that they do. And then what types of materials have been found to be most efficient in Ukraine? You can see again quite a spread from posters, leaflets, from digital risk education on social media, notebooks, video cartoons, workbooks for different activities, visual content for Viber and Telegram, which are very popular for safety messaging, and then the teacher's manual, things like that. So quite a lot of different things have been developed in the last 18 months, and some possibly from before and then adjusted. And then looking at if the materials have been found particularly insufficient for any age or gender groups, we have seen that, for example, some board games have been too complicated for children or are not fit for large groups. And then I think this is an interesting one as well. You know, it's not been found insufficient. What has been a problem is having enough to actually give out to everybody who needs them, and that indeed has been an issue. And then do we as a community intend to revise the materials upon deciding to transition from emergency programming into a more post-conflict programming? And you can see a large majority of us believe that that will happen once it's appropriate for it. And then this is the end of the survey. Don't go on coffee breaks just yet. And this opens the floor for discussions, questions, in person, anybody online. I remind you that there is the form also as an option for you to submit your responses if you feel uncomfortable. Public set, and so your opinion is important, and so we try way or another. And to go the big bright lights, but we have a team on standby to give you a microphone.
I have a question.
Excellent.
For discussion.
Break the ice. Thank you.
This is something that's really bothering me all the time, and we all the time asking ourselves, who is our target audience for EORE? Because we have not that broad mandate. We are for children, definitely, but children are also have extra categories there, and we need to do the surveys, to do research to identify which specifically is our audience for the next year. So far, what we see from the IMSMA, for instance, data, that those ages and teenagers are the risk group. So for instance, in the summer campaign, we made focus for them, but I'm asking you colleagues, how do you identify your audience for the next half of the year or for the work plans, etc.? What is your algorithm? Just wondering, you know. Would be happy to hear from you.
Так, якщо комусь комфортно теж залу будь-якою
This is for
мовою.
all the
Так.
actors who are working with EORE. How do you identify your audience for your activities? Because many of us, we have broad mandate.
Excellent question. Maybe anybody wants to share their experience who hasn't had the floor today yet.
Okay, we'll ask Patrick. Why did you decide to do for farmers? Just is not because it's a kind of pressure, no, just wondering.
Yeah, so the way that we, excuse me, getting over a bad cough here. The way that we sort of identify which target groups we're going to be, aiming our messaging towards is based on two things. So it would be the key activities that are going to be taking place. So we'll see, like, for example, for summer, tourism, we realized that was a big thing. So that was on our radar, but then we realized you guys are covering it, or other people are doing a lot of messaging for that. So the need isn't as strong there. So we're looking at activities coming up and also accident data. So when we had more information, farmers are suffering more explosive accidents. And we realized, okay, planting season is now, harvest season is in a couple months. So that's how we are, identifying who we're working with.
But is this relevant only for Ukraine that you are focused on farmers now, or for the other context countries where you're present too?
Yeah, I would say it's pretty across the board. We do a lot with farmers because a lot of the land that we clear is in agricultural land. So we like to partner those two things together, the clearance and the EORE.
And if I may compliment, I remember there was ideas, I think it was from Halo, on targeting Odessa and the beaches there because of the naval mines. We had shashliki season, that's something that's quite popular here. In dachas, we mentioned that yesterday. We have mushroom pickings that comes up in autumn. So we have these sort of periods, exactly, lovely, in the year that we are aware that people will be doing these activities because that's just how people live in Ukraine, and now it's those specific areas that have become a lot more dangerous in a much bigger setting than before.
And from the perspective view of DRC, how did you identify the audience with whom you're working now, and for the next planning, for instance, for the next year?
Well, yeah, we certainly looked at the most at-risk groups based on sort of the explosive ordnance accidents. But we have focused a bit more, for example, on children and adolescents, which would, not be the most at-risk group. But we believe in what we call a generational approach. So to say that the children of today are the adults of tomorrow. And so reaching them at what is a particularly perceptive part of their age, and perhaps having them internalize these messaging would prevent them from getting accidents later on. Of course, we have a much stronger sort of influence coming from the Hollywood, coming from video games that essentially says the exactly opposite thing that what we do. But still, I think it's worth, and this is a lot of innovative approaches to reach children and adolescents. So yeah, this has pretty much been our approach.
Thank you, Nick. Maybe someone from the audience? We have NPA here, HI. Guys, hey, please. I guess it's Caitlin.
Yeah. Hi. So I can answer from HI. I would confess that actually, for now, most of our targeting has been opportunity driven. So looking at groups that we are getting requests from, that we are getting tasking from regional authorities, that we come into contact with. So one example is we have a service that we provide, Atlas Logistics, that has a lot of drivers that are engaged. So we're working on materials specifically targeting drivers going into high-risk areas. And we are waiting very, very impatiently for the CAP survey. And so from that phase, we are planning immediately to convene meetings to determine what are the main target groups that have come out of this, focused on occupations, on behaviors, and design very targeted materials for those groups. I should remind also that the CAP survey does include an analysis of casualty data. So this is something that we'll be looking at, doing more going on. Also, our victim assistance projects, we're introducing victim forms that we hope will give us more data also into some of the factors that are driving accidents. So hoping to get more and more evidence driven.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Do we maybe have somebody online?
Yeah, we do.
We have somebody in person even. Yeah. Great.
Mikola.
Так, добрий день. Я хотів поділитися з приводу того, які в нас є напрямки інформування з приводу таргет-груп та населення, яке ми інформуємо. Через те, що в нас команда йде комбінованого підходу НТО і EORE, взагалом та команди спілкуються з населенням, які перебувають в тих населених пунктах, де вони працюють, і охоплюють в роботі НТО все населення, з яким вони контактують. Але в цілому напрямки діяльності та от таргет-групи, на які ми спрямовуємо своє інформування, це як відділ освіти, тобто всі там навчальні заклади, це відділ охорони здоров'я, тобто якісь інституції лікарняні, тому що працівники цих інституцій відповідають за тих людей, які перебувають саме в цих інституціях. Це департамент інфраструктури, це критично важливі якісь об'єкти або комунальні якісь підприємства.
Municipal enterprises, and also speaking of farmers, as it was mentioned here, the teams are working in the field, so again they are able to meet farmers directly. They do some service, and they are sharing some safety rules in the regions they are working in.
І один тоді коментар останній такий.
If we don't have any other questions, if we work together with you, targeting the same audiences, we in UNICEF are always ready to share materials. We have the resource which is called Spilnoteka, and we are providing these materials for the use by others. Although, yeah, there is a disclaimer, but the intention is for Ukrainians to behave safely, and you just need to include our logo, but you can use it for the target audiences you are working with, because we want to cover as many people as possible. Sure.
The first one is probably related to those who already were operated in the country when everything had happened. And what was the toughest for those of you who were here in Ukraine at that moment operating to roll out or to work on in terms of EORE to make it happen? Not only, you already mentioned pressure from the donors, and I also remember 2 weeks after we had a huge call with the global community, and they were asking, what are you doing? You're just like sitting as like, barely can imagine that you didn't take everything, is that everything left at home and you left with just small backpack and that's it. And you were working after the clock and always non-sleepless nights. So I want to hear from those of you who were in the country. These are FSD, DRC, HELA. I forgot somewhat, probably UDA was here. So what was the toughest for you to do in terms of the programming on the area when everything happened?
Yeah, hi. Sorry, I'm not going to respond directly to that. I just had a separate comment or an observation from the kind of answers we got from the community when it talked about developing materials for specific groups. And one thing that jumps out at me is there's actually no mention of gender in there. That there's not. We know that 75% of the victims in accidents happen to adult men. However, nobody said that they're designing materials specifically to appeal to or try to change the behaviors of adult men, and rather that a lot of them are general. Now, that might mean we just don't acknowledge it, because if I look at kind of what Halo did with their farmers, there's pictures of men and only men when they're appealing to the farmers. But I do find it interesting that we don't really say we're trying to design specifically around gender, but at the same time that we don't think there's any gaps or insufficiencies around that. So I don't know if that's going to be covered kind of in the CAP survey that DRC and HI are working on, but I think it's something maybe we need to examine a bit more closely.
Thank you, Michael. Useful to hear.
Anything else? Maybe something from online? Is there anybody online?
I guess Svetlana wants to. No.
Okay,
yeah,
excellent.
Kate.
We will come back to the online.
Sorry, I didn't have a response to you, Tanya, but I did have another question to add into it. It's two-pronged. The first is for Patrick, related to the presentation. So first to say, I always love seeing your campaign for farmers. I think it's really practical, really targeted, really high quality. I also like to hear that you're thinking of reaching out to different livelihood support groups, so this is really cool. So my question is related to one of the challenges you mentioned in terms of farmers getting feedback as to how long the process is going to last. Have you experienced any consequences in terms of like lack of trust or cost to the relationship when there are significant delays after they put in a request? And linked to that question for everyone in the room, I was really interested in the presentation of the results from Nick when it asked about do no harm, and someone or someone's was extremely brave in putting that they did feel that their organization's materials had caused harm. I think this is wonderful and really honest, and I would be really interested to hear any lessons learned on this so that we can all learn from that experience.
Well, I can both answer your question and to an extent your question as well. But one of the biggest issues we faced in the early days of the war is, first of all of us were displaced. We all worked in Donbas, and then we were just everywhere. And so staff safety was definitely a big issue to get any kind of programming started. And then it became an issue also of accessing. A lot of the war just engulfed one oblast after the other, so it was difficult to get anything done. But indeed, we were very concerned that the materials that we had before the war could potentially bring harm to people if we do not get more data on new threats, new at-risk groups, and potentially new communication channels that people rely on for safety messaging, which is why back then in April, May, we did the RAP. And only then went through the redesign, the field testing, the production. We had a lot of issues with production as well. A lot of the companies that we worked with were stuck back in Donbas, or they had electricity issues and things like that. That sort of were big challenges for us to produce materials en masse.
But in this case, usually all of us as internationals, we do have backup from the HQ or other countries with the search missions and etc. Did you consider that this could be a solution in this case? Whether you got this type of support from external colleagues from the organization, and did they already realize the context and could help? Because I remember the call with our colleagues globally, and they were giving you advice, etc. And you was like, guys, this doesn't apply to Ukraine. The experience that you have from the Southeastern Asia or from the Middle East or from the Africa is not, doesn't fit at all to Ukraine. And it's like, yeah, thank you, but I waste right now 2 hours. Yeah.
Well, actually, it is one of the reasons why, maybe Patrick, you wanted to reply to that. I'll give you the word. But this is one of the reasons why we organized this workshop and lessons learned. Yes, indeed, we have senior technical advisor and HQ level. But generally, as a community, we actually lack guidance on how to do emergency risk education. You can go to IMAS and you will have some generic guidelines there. And then you have UNICEF's Good Practices Guidelines number 9 on emergency risk education, and you have the Emergency Risk Education Toolkit from UNICEF as well. Both of them,
2005 or 6.
They have been published 15 years ago. One of those topics that will never be brought up in those is digital risk education. And so there's a big gap generally as a community that we would have on how to do emergency risk education. And this is why one of the reasons the workshop was put together, and why the Risk Education Advisory Group back then in March was asked to provide the Q&A for Ukraine in mind, but generally applicable. And you found it in your folders, and the rest of the people online will have that sent to them as well. And just so that we continue building the knowledge with more up-to-date information, and Ukraine being one example that people can look at and learn how to do emergency risk education better. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think from Halo's side, I wasn't here. I've just been in country since April, but I know since at the start of the full-scale invasion, a big problem was logistics, being able to print things out and get it going. But in response to your question, Caitlin, thank you very much. I just wanted to say, yeah, that is a big problem for us. The low trust among farmers does mean, yeah, it hurts credibility that we aren't able to say to them, if you put in your application 2 months from now, 4 months from now, it will definitely, your land will be, maybe, but someone's attention, someone will be there to start clearing it. For us, I mean, the way that we mitigate that is just by saying, we don't have any sort of timetable on when it will be cleared itself, but this is the proper step to submit and get that information in. But yeah, just as you raised, it's a challenge. And until there's more transparency and more information on the timelines, yeah, it's just going to continue to be a problem.
Anybody else maybe? I see somebody else got encouraged to speak up. Please go ahead.
Morning, everyone. Robin from MAG. Just quickly on this point in terms of the expectations and reporting in terms of this clearance aspect. It's something MAG has been repeatedly asked to do in Kurdistan that we've decided to stay away from because we couldn't provide any kind of reassurance as to when this would take place. And we were concerned about sort of how that would reflect on our reputation and affect our ability to work elsewhere. So yeah, just an insight from our work out in the Middle East. A couple of very quick questions. First one's to Svetlana and Tetiana. Just around your kind of fast and furious content production for digital, which I agree, timeliness is more important than, having something, extremely well produced. But I'm curious how you kind of filter in field testing as part of that whilst maintaining that the timelines are appropriate. And then a quick second one in terms of how we kind of mitigate what is going to be a growing fatigue around our communications, where we're going to see engagement likely drop. People are increasingly aware or believe they are aware of the risks, and what you may be having planned to try and address that. Thank you.
I will probably take the first one. Thank you, Robin. So regarding the testing, it was impossible, literally impossible, because everyone was on the move. We had a poll, for instance, at that moment, even of designers or our trusted, advertising agency whom we wanted to reach out to produce something. And we heard no. We all were on the move. The country was the huge traffic jam for the first week of invasion. So there was not normal even connection, because everything was too overloaded. And we have reached out to them, it's like, we need to do something. And I was like, we don't have the field, when we have to do, we don't have people, we don't have even laptops with us. So we left rapidly, leaving everything. We contacted, for instance, one of the agencies with whom we work very quickly on the very rapid campaigns. And then was like, we don't take our laptops with us. So we just need to find someone who is abroad already and to ask for the help and support. So we understood that we will be wasting the time. So either we have to wait until everything is settled down and then we will start to proceed according to all the procedures and etc. Or we're doing very fast and furious using Canva and available other sources of producing the layouts. And based on our understanding of situation, because all of us were sitting in our phones, stopless, reading the news, reading the available sources of understanding what's going on and where in terms of our security and safety and especially family, and also because of our work to be done. So for that reason, everything that was produced at that moment was taken from, even social media listening at that moment was not available, of course, because everything is based on human who first have to secure the safety. So for that reason, what we were reading in our social media, and thankfully at that moment, we already, as UNICEF, reached very high peak of followers in Facebook, and those are parents and educators who are the main target audience around child. So we were based on their comments and what they were asking us in private messages, etc., what was being redirected from other colleagues. And based on this demand, we have came up with these layouts. And afterwards, the testing as itself became possible only in the late summer, because then was problem with newly accessible territories or non-government controlled territories. Everything was changing so rapidly. Even right now, for us to do that survey that we shared with you yesterday, Kantar, we were waiting for the moment of 3 months of newly accessible Kherson region became, because international companies, they have specific safety requirements and for the data clearance as well. And they say that they can only do that testing either or research when the territory became accessible for the 3 months and more. So, and we have to wait to include, for instance, Kherson region there. And we did that, we had to sacrifice with the deadlines, but we understood that it's much better to wait a little bit to get the insight and then to put together all the regions to compare them and to understand how we can shape and really tailor based on the oblast level our activities. So coming back to the first question, testing and in Ukrainian reality was not possible because it was huge mess in the country. And the second one about mitigation, I don't know whether Svetlana want to take this question. I would say about the fatigue level. Before 2022, we came up with virtual reality as something that can really trigger and overcome fatigue. And it worked out. We were testing virtual reality with Hela on the ground in Donetsk and Lugansk region. Svetlana is here, who was the part of the testing team. And we saw the insights from the report. That was the tool that could work with that, because at that moment in Ukraine, VR was very new thing. Right now, 2-3 years after, it's not that new anymore, but we still decided to keep going with this. And right now we are adjusting the content, because everything step by step, you know. First you have to produce something that is really handy, and you can take it back home. And right now when we are coming to fatigue point, we understand, okay, VR will pay off. And we have to right now invest our time to finalize, taking into account the updated context and to make it happen. So this is for, in terms of UNICEF, this is something that will be our tool for these things. For the parents, it's a little bit harder. For that reason, service exists, and we have to look to the data and to understand what is still serves as incentive for the people, motivate them to change something, and what is still like freezing them and still doesn't work.
Yeah, another question maybe to express your lessons learned. We've seen one of the remarks there. Actually, it's on the screen right now. The issue is actually getting the materials out. It's the dissemination issue. And I think we've had some examples of how we have spread materials out en masse, because that's really the important thing. And emergency risk education, the main principle is to get to as many people as fast as possible, ideally in the most cost-effective manner, but certainly not doing it community by community. And even with DRC, where localization is a big portion of our general programming, and we have a number of local partners, what we've usually seen is that they will take 1,000 and 2,000, right? So even if I have 100, doesn't really make a lot of materials. We have printed millions and millions of these materials, but if you just take 1,000 and 1,000, it doesn't really come up. I remember, and correct me if I'm mistaken, Halo worked very closely with the logistics cluster to have the materials distributed, right? And maybe UNICEF did as well. So there's been options there to actually push it out in a much bigger scale than, you know, a couple here and there.
Yeah, this is something I know we've worked with Logistic Cluster, and we also try and work with other organizations that are asking for more materials. So if we know, particularly within the buffer zone, I guess, we talk to state emergency services and other actors who are saying, we're going in, can you give us X, Y, Z? These are the materials we're looking for, and then we print them out. And yeah, it is a way to work around it.
My favorite thing for like advice for all communicators is like collaborate with others. And already Patrick mentioned State Emergency Service as a main partner because they have a very good penetration across Ukraine. However, like Укрзалізниця, parents with children stay in Укрзалізниця for you know how much long you need to travel, 5 hours, 8 hours, 13 hours. And then we, for example, you will also see there are logos here. We just distributed through their trains a lot of materials for children, including materials on EORE.
I wanted to add, for instance, in terms of the printing, you mentioned how hard was that. That was true, because, for instance, one of the biggest stocks of the paper in country were close to Kherson and Mykolaiv, and they were burned literally in the first months. And, for instance, we had some stock there of already produced before the war prepared, you know, in terms of preparedness. So it was like huge disappointment what we had to do. And it was the problem in the country as well, for those of you who are new. Even to buy paper in Ukraine to print out something, for the month some paper was not available at all. And we were using the all available stocks across the country. So this is something that we were starting to think how to bring paper to country to print out, because to print out in another country and to bring there, this is much longer. And in terms of the distribution, yes, we are working with the State Emergency Service, for instance, and they had all the time need in dissemination of the materials, but also consider all of the local small oblast level institution, governmental entity, not the government, oblast level entity, who can also support with that, because normally people will come in for humanitarian aid there. And also, this is what all of us were doing. We were adding something on top of the humanitarian aid kits. But it was not easy even to deliver that there because of the traffic jams, the trucks not available. Nova Pošta, who is the biggest post office company here, will also not operating clearly the first months. So we felt that problem on every single stage, with printing out, with delivery. And in terms of delivery, sometimes it took weeks instead of days. How was it before? And this is something, I guess, if to reflect what we could change, because I guess this is also an important part for us. If we have the opportunity to come back and to act differently, what we will do. And in terms of the printing out, only probably to assure big stock in the Western Ukraine, and to find printing out companies and do not rely on one partner, because usually all of us, we have contracts open with LTA companies or long-term agreements with printing out, etc. And for me, lessons learned is to spread the chain of your partners. That's it will be geographically giving you more freedom.
Yeah, I do also remember, like, every time, for example, when Kharkiv got liberated, and then when Nikolaev got liberated, a lot of us worked together with OCHA and have the materials being part of those first humanitarian convoys that went in. Yeah. I see a hand. Excellent. Sorry, we got.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Lana, Tanya, thank you for mentioning the VR project. It's amazing, and I hope it's going to, like, everyone will know, like, what is it in real life. So, addressing the question on the emergency response. Basically, after the full-scale invasion, the biggest challenge for all of us was actually how to reach those people who actually need this information. And because of all of our materials were just in Kramatorsk, and all of our people were displaced around the country, as you guys mentioned, it wasn't possible to hand this leaflet out. So they were just sitting there in the store for quite some time, if to be honest, like for half a year. So the main thing that what we did at the time, just between the air raid silence, hiding here and there, I recorded 4 risk education messages. I've reached to our communications officer at the time and asked if it's possible to put it all in 4 short videos and just to put it out there. So then we liaised with HQ, comms, and they put 4 videos across platforms on Facebook, Instagram, and even TikTok. It was the first time Halo actually used TikTok. And for 3 months, we covered, as an emergency response, we reached 17 million people across Ukraine, because cell phone is basically the thing that everyone is carrying around with them all the time, means that people are constantly in their phones checking the news and there on social medias trying to find a solution on how to stay safe. So basically it was our emergency response at the beginning. Then we also partnered with UNHCR and OCHA. They had those humanitarian convoys, and we printed out. It was also a challenge to print out, as Tatiana mentioned. And we print out, and we created leaflets that will show you all the materials that we brought with us together with Patrick. And we just gave them and they've just put it in those kits that they were disseminating within IDPs around Ukraine. And that's it for the emergency response. And as for the communication, like the farmers and the government, it's the thing that we would need to advocate together with humanitarian actors in Mine Action, because there is a document or papers on how to do, but there is no algorithm on how to get the information updates on whether or not your land is in the list for clearance. So there is a thing that we would need to work together and advocate on government level, Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you for that. Do we have anybody perhaps online? We've been ignoring them for a second there. Anybody online who would like to jump in and share any experiences? Any questions perhaps? I don't see anybody, that is okay. Oh, we have more participants in person. Excellent, go for it.
Щиро дякую вам за цікаві презентації, за цінну інформацію. Дуже все цікаво. Я, скажімо так, хочу зазначити, таку тему підняти. Я жодного за сьогодні і за вчора я не почула зазначені такі дуже важливі теми з приводу того, коли стався інцидент. Ми розуміємо, що є постраждалі не одна людина, а ціла родина. І як це впливає на кожного, хто є в цій родині. У кого є цінна інформація з приводу, що ви говорите, як ви допомагаєте. Навіть інформація та, яка є, тобто постраждали надати, щоб вони цю мали інформацію, куди їм далі звертатися, щоб вони не лишалися з цим питанням один на один, тому що це є не те, що проблема, це впливає на кожного із членів родини. Дякую.
Ну, тут так, Mine Victims Assistance, maybe someone, yeah.
Luckily, you do have the co-chair and HI here of the Victim Assistance Working Group here in Ukraine. And indeed, there's quite a community that has been sort of gotten together. There's various sort of venues that you can pursue, but indeed, one of the things that we are working together as a community is a service directory for different victim assistance needs. There's quite a few elements under IMAS that victim assistance will cover, and you will see that most of victims of explosive ordnance will have a need in one of those categories, but that sort of service directory as to direct victims to those services does not yet exist as sort of a joint document. You could go, for example, for financial aid to the Ministry of Social Policy, or you can go to various NGOs that provide financial assistance for these specific examples. The Mine Action Area of Responsibility on their webpage, you will see the outputs that the Victim Assistance Working Group provided, with giving specific guidance on how to reach financial assistance from the Ministry of Social Policy or from different NGOs there. So that's one avenue to get at least a cash assistance for you to then be able to find a private provider for the need that you have, be that psychosocial support, rehabilitation, medical evacuation or travel expenses, inclusion in education or employment, and so on and so forth. But indeed, like a joint service directory that would ideally lead a victim from the moment they get into an injury all the way through getting, you know, medical assistance, rehabilitation, psychosocial support, and support in inclusion, all the way until the end. Currently does not yet exist in Ukraine, but as the working group, we are developing it gradually. Hope that answers your question.
Nick, I just want to clarify whether there is any kind of communication in terms of, I mean, broad communication on the way you can get this help. So, like, for instance, it might sound this way. If you were injured or became a victim due to the mine, you have to do this and that. Whether you, those of you who have Mine Victims Assistance Program rollout, whether you have this type of communication spread it.
Yeah, so usually the oblast authorities would be then your go-to person. And then, you know, we would work with the National Mine Action Authority. We've seen yesterday, they record all of the accidents. They get that data directly from medical facilities, from hospitals. And then they're the sort of the glue that puts together the victim assistance providers and the victims. However, we still believe there is a need to disseminate information about that more broadly. And so at the last roundtable, we've also started to design an advocacy mass media campaign to also spread the information on how to get assistance more broadly for perhaps people that can't access the Oblast Authority or don't get reported into the National Mine Actions database and so on and so forth. Any more questions? I think we're all ready for a coffee break. And so with this, yes, we will start the coffee break 15 minutes before the agenda, and then we will reconvene at 11:45 Ukraine time. Thank you very much. So how long is this? An hour and 30? You just carry on. We'll call you back. Hello, everybody. We will slowly start, so if anybody's still standing or having coffee, please be seated. Very well, thank you very much. And welcome back after the coffee break. The next discussion that we will be opening up is risk education for persons on the move and those in hard-to-reach areas. We'll be looking at these particular points, but not exclusively. So have we been providing risk education at key locations, such as transit points and border crossing points? Have the sessions and materials been well received by people on the move, given that they have other needs as well in such situations? Have we been implementing risk education outside of Ukraine, but for Ukrainian refugees? And have unpredictable migration flows pose a challenge for us? These are just some guiding points that we will touch upon. And right now, I welcome here on stage Caitlin from Humanitarian Inclusion, Mikhail from Danish Refugee Council, and Irina from Ukrainian Demining Association. My apologies. And so the first floor will go to Mikhail, and so here is the clicker, and you can lead us through.
Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Nick, for introduction. My name is Mikhail, and I'm representing DRC program in Poland, Moldova, and Romania. So this is a relatively new project or program which was established last year in respective countries. So I'm working as a project manager on these countries makes us DRC as the unique project or program covering Ukrainian refugees who are unfortunately left home locations and currently reside in Moldova, Poland, and Romania as well. My presentation will be mostly based on our findings, on our development in mentioned countries, and I would like to also talk a bit about our approaches, which we implemented currently in this short period of time, and from the field and also from administrative point of view. So, as you know, it's not new information. You can see on the right side the map of our coverage and also some data on displaced refugees who are left Ukraine and currently reside in Europe and especially in Poland, Moldova and Romania. DRC were never present in Romania, Moldova and Poland. Therefore, due to the help of our HQ and of course our mentor and technical manager Nick, who supported this idea to open the project in Moldova and Poland, Romania, to set up the program to start helping those who left Ukraine. This is not easy project because we had no offices, no base, no absolutely nothing. We started from scratch, especially setting up the office, looking for the potential staff, and that creates a bit delay in our implementation. What we found initially on our in our operations, that refugees not stopped only in Ukraine, on western part of Ukraine. They left the country and moved across the borders, looking for shelters or safe locations. Also, last year, when the project was just started, or we just initiate some activities, we were conducting the needs assessment, trying to capture as much as possible information, staying on the borders, staying on train station, bus station, working closer with local NGOs, and trying to get relevant data on their movements or directions to where the refugees are moving. So it was important to understand if they stay in our, I would say, transit country, Moldova, or they will move further to Europe. And it was the data or findings that both situations we discovered that some of the people were just in transit, some of them required immediate shelters or a safe place, such as in Moldova. Just to give you a few figures, that Moldova is relatively small. It's the size of one of the oblasts of Ukraine. Therefore, our capacities in Moldova were not so well developed to get or to receive refugees. And when the flow of the refugees comes over 1 million, it was almost half of population of Moldova. It was really a serious emergency situation to deal, first of all, to meet the people, to deal with them, to understand their needs, to accommodate them at least for a day, two, who are intending to move further, or to accommodate them for longer period. Therefore, this data was collected based on our local connections, local contacts, with local administrations, UNHCR, also with one of the leading emergency centers, which was created for that particular purpose. Our government in Moldova established 67 official refugee accommodation centers across the country, trying to accommodate people whenever it's possible, mostly in former summer camps, in former kindergarten, or even social accommodations such as, I don't know how to say in English, clubs or сельские клубы for first days, then when they start coming. Then it was turned into the more appropriate process when government decided to allocate appropriate assistance for the refugees. In the same time, our office started to grow up, and I was the part of this process from the beginning. And beside our immediate response to the refugees, we were trying to set up the office to establish communications between Ukraine, Poland, Moldova, and HQ. The problem also was for the long period, like 3-4 months, we faced the difficulties to recruit the staff for our office, for our project, and deploy them to implement at least initial phases of the project. Thanks to Nick, of course, and DRC Ukraine, who help us with initial printing materials, leaflets, calendars, other information materials, also providing us training, TOT training for our staff who were recently recruited. That made us or capacitate us to start implementing projects. So we try to reach our local administration, central administration, through personal contacts, through the people who are living remotely, and to get information about presence or location of those refugee accommodation centers. Initially, this information was very sort of classified information. Nobody shared exact data, location, how many even number of the refugees entered to Moldova. Therefore, we try to do differently. So we moved across the country. It's not so big. Therefore, we easily travel and started to communicate directly locally in the field with the administration, finding the leaders of or informal leaders of the refugee groups who are staying in certain location or certain areas, collected the data. It was 1 or 2 weeks of intensive travel with the collection of the information. Then we had already at least basic locations for the those in needs. When we, I would say, became ready to deliver appropriate assistance to refugees. Then it also was the the process when our colleagues also from DRC Ukraine, they are sitting on the first row, Natalia and Olena, who provided us training to give us more appropriate language or appropriate approach to the refugees, how to work in that emergency situation. Then we also had other, I would say, capacity building activities for us to learn more how to explain refugees or beneficiaries about the risks, about the indicators, about how to avoid the risks or mitigate those risks. So now our on this slide you can see what our basic challenges we met during establishing the program. So it was the lack of, as I said, lack of initial information, identifying relevant staff who has an idea about mine action or explosive risk education, due to the certain reasons that we never had the similar situation in Europe, not saying about Moldova or Ukraine or Poland. Some of the difficulties with local partners or administration who didn't understand even content, what we are going to do, what the purpose of our project. So this required a lot of efforts to explain, to make short workshops or presentation separately for administration, for refugee accommodation center, even for UNHCR or other local partners who try to understand how we work and what the purpose of the project. Of course, security situation in Ukraine remains tense and unpredictable, which influence on the flow of the refugees. Sometimes it was the higher number of the refugees who are coming to Moldova or who are leaving to Ukraine or to Europe. So in this whole context, we try to find the solution for each particular cases and to move over those challenges and at least to start implementing the program. One of the not reachable yet area remains our non-government control area. Since 1992, it's a Transnistrian region which we have a big problem reaching the refugees there. According to our numbers, there are almost 20,000 of Ukrainians living in Transnistria region. Now is less, around 10,000. So anyway, we try to overcome this, and we found ways to convince so-called conveys so-called local administration from left bank of the river, we call left bank, from Transnistria, that they are the same beneficiaries, they are the same refugees, and we doesn't care about the so-called borders between us and Transnistria, and we would like to provide them relevant information. If you very good familiar with the location of Transnistrian region, it's between Ukraine and Moldova, just a small strip of the territory which were easy to reach by Ukrainians who were coming from Odessa region, Vinnytsia region, Nikolaev, Zaporozhye, etc. So they first, when just cross the border, they stop anyway where is more safely at that particular moment. So finally, we proved them that we can launch extend our project to non-government control areas. So our objectives and impacts remaining the same as per standard and per our policies and project goals. So you can just see on the slide. I don't want to repeat them. I would like to stop or point your attention on when we were focus our project activities. So as I said, we did initial rapid assessment, we established contacts, we capacitated our staff, and we continue recruitment, which still relevant for Poland and for Moldova as well. I will not talk about the reasons of difficulties, but still, we already developed contacts with local NGOs who are potentially able to help us to extend our activities and be our implementing partners in future. One of the interesting moments, and we have here nice results, we explored the possibility to extend our activities on the border crossing points, and we will do it in blue dots in Poland. If we talk about the borders, so how we started, we just went to the border without any official permission, knowing that on daily basis 5,000 to 10,000 Ukrainian refugees coming across the border, and this is the nice location to reach the people in need. Anyway, they are staying in queue for 3, 4, 10 hours, depends on the day, depends on the specific border crossing points. They are mainly on the south region of Moldova in direction to Odessa, and on the north in direction to Mohyliv-Podilsky and Vinnytsia. So these are two main points where we explored them intensively in the past months, having possibility to reach each particular person who were traveling or by car, by bus, by on foot, depend on the situation. And we explored that unique possibility to talk to people, to explain our, or to help them to understand the risks which they may face during their travel or journey back home. Some of the refugees left on early beginning of the conflict, just immediately after 24th of February. Therefore, they are not even aware of the scale of contamination in their locations. Of course, they know something, but not exactly the level of risks that they may face even during their travel back home. Now, mostly beneficiaries, or I don't like word refugees, they are intending to return back to Ukraine, to their locations, to start something, or to start again their safe life in their homes. Therefore, it's very relevant to catch them and exactly on the borders, because not all the time we could reach them in refugee accommodation centers. Some of them working during the day, some of them are out for preparing the documents or receiving other help in different other locations. So, as I said, now we are in the phase when we already establish all the means or net of communications with the social workers. with the refugee accommodation centers, with the local government, and we very easy reach any one of the locations where the refugees just appearing, new refugees appearing, and we can reach them in 2-3 hours. We can deliver the activities exactly on their location. It doesn't require nothing for them to just only presence, as you know. And as I mentioned, we already have agreement with so-called administrations from non-government control areas, and soon, most likely on the second half of September, we start already delivering the sessions on that non-government control areas. On these pictures, you can see where we work and how we work. So on the border crossing point, you can see us on the right bottom picture in some of the accommodation centers. On the right up centers, we work with the kids. And distribution center, it's a location where beneficiaries receiving the help, clothes, hygiene, etc., and food, and in local administration offices as well on the bottom left side. As I said, our project had the difficulties to be established as such, but anyway, we overcome that, and we started our implementation phase only in March. Till today, having reaching almost all regions or particular settlements in Moldova, where we deliver our activities. So more than 80 locations in country, over 145 sessions deliver, and reached more than 2,500 beneficiaries. Having in mind, we are only 4 staff, DRC staff, who delivering the sessions in Moldova. So 4 people in 5 months, they did such work in Moldova. On the map, you can see it's just visual representation. So we cover almost all regions of Moldova, and only right side, where is Tiraspol, it's a stripe of the land. We will start our implementation very soon. On the north part, you see border crossing points, 3 dots, and on the south, for example, closer to Odessa, the main entrance point from Ukraine, on the south region as well. Here is some statistics, maybe not so clearly visible, but anyway, mostly we are working on the BCPs in some of the communities where beneficiaries accommodated in private accommodations. Also, we covering shelters and refugee accommodation centers. Bottom line, you can see that mostly we worked at these locations. To continue our activities, we proposed or made the modifications in our approaches from the classical one, from the visiting UNHCR camps or visiting official accommodations. We focused our activities on the beneficiaries who are more vulnerable, who cannot move or attend the session in group. So we cooperated with Ukrainian diaspora leaders who supported by Ukrainian embassy in Moldova. They shared contacts with the leaders in each location. So we privately visited some locations and also provided sessions or activities for them. Okay. So we also explored on the initial phase, we explored such kind of approaches as a bus station, airport, or train station, where in first days of the when refugees moved, they largely were present on those locations. So we also explored those locations. Now it's less and less on the bus station or train station. We can capture some groups, but it's also a matter of the possibilities of our staff. Finally, we now officially we registered in the border police system as an official NGO who can deliver the activities officially at the border. So we have our accreditation, I would say, to work exactly on the border premises. So we have our own personal locations where we can meet people, we can discuss with them and reach as much as possible without explaining what we are doing there and how. To finalize my presentation, I would like to say that we continue our project by raising the awareness, providing training sessions to beneficiaries. Also, we now establishing the, I would say, cooperation or partnership with other NGOs who are working in other locations. And through them, we are passing the safety messages to beneficiaries by providing them a certain training or briefings how to approach beneficiaries and explaining the materials, what is written on the materials, and they are just delivering the visual materials to beneficiaries. Yeah, it's our project is has the limits in timing, therefore not sure how we will be continue our activities in those countries. Of course, we will approach donors, we will seek for the funds to continue because it's really necessary work in Moldova, in Poland, and in Romania. At this point, I would like to conclude my briefing. There is a summary on the screen. So together with our partners, together with help of DRC Ukraine and other organizations who are working in the same area, I can ensure that it will play a significant role for safety and of the beneficiaries and creating the conditions or for them to return safely home. So that's all from my side, and if you have any other questions or concerns, you can raise or ask me. Thank you so much for inviting for this workshop and listening me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it has been quite a year for you, Mikhail, so I'm very happy personally to see the program up and running after quite a difficult situation with setting up the mission and all of that. And the initial idea is still very valid. We've had previous examples. Kosovo comes to mind when people have been returning back after a conflict and gotten into a lot of accidents. So capturing them before they return has been quite an important aspect that DRC put a lot of attention in. And so thank you very much and best of luck going forward. I will now pass the floor to Irina from the Ukrainian Demining Association for her presentation on risk education in hard-to-reach areas.
Доброго дня, колеги. Я зроблю свою презентацію українською. Сподіваюся, так буде зручніше.
Ukrainian. Hopefully, this will be more convenient for the majority of the audience here. I represent the Sappers Association of Ukraine, and I will briefly share some lessons learned in our EORE activities. A few words about us. We have worked for almost 5 years. We are a certified mine action operator. Here are the main areas of our activity. And since we are focusing today on EORE, I will focus on our projects and outcomes in this particular field. So these are our key partners with whom we are implementing a couple of projects. Some of them have been completed. Many of them are projects for EORE that are under implementation, including the newly liberated areas. Sorry for using English and Ukrainian, but that's how we call them. And I will focus on Mykolaiv, Kherson, and Sumy because these were the three regions where we had those remote places, the places most impacted by the shelling, and we had lots of people there who needed our presence, our support, and our information. So some statistical data for you. You can see that over this time, since the full-scale invasion, we were able to cover over 60,000 beneficiaries all around Ukraine, which includes almost 2,000 people in Kherson, almost 3,000 people in Mykolaiv, and over 3,000 in Sumy. In total, there were 400 sessions in different formats delivered in these regions, targeting different numbers of people. And now a few words about the lessons learned. So first, we need to be flexible in planning. We quite quickly understood that while implementing our projects, we have some initial plan in the headquarters, but the actual situation may change very quickly, and this has to do with the people who need our information. So some sessions were planned to be delivered in schools or libraries, but it may actually happen that it's being delivered in some shelter or at some sports premises, etc. So wherever it is possible to do. Also, one more element of planning flexibility has to do with target audiences. So we should understand that if the population numbers in some small communities are very limited, we need to be able to combine communication with different target audiences even within one session. And this demands huge skills in adaptation of materials for target audiences. So sometimes there is no clear distinction between some materials for and children. So quite often this is person-to-person communication, and so sometimes it's door-to-door campaigns, and especially it was happening in Mykolaiv and places impacted most by the occupation. So in this photo where you see a boy with our instructor, that's the center for humanitarian aid delivery, and sometimes it's happening in a remote communities. So in this case, you will find all the population, and this will be the best opportunity to cover as many people as possible with your activities. So this is yet another example how we are working in Kherson region. So right now the local people are working in the fields. It's a very small village in Kochubeyevska territorial community, if I'm not mistaken. So there we can see people who are interested in getting this information. The numbers of people are not big, but yeah, they have their questions, they are getting their answers. And yeah, so these different formats enable the coverage of different target audiences. So also there needs to be a readiness to follow the audience whenever necessary. And in some remote districts, after the explosion of the Kakhovka Dam, we were able to quickly unfold the project when people were relocated, and we quickly developed some information materials and disseminated them thanks to support of our colleagues. Lots of sessions are happening online, and I would like to also recall that we have separate platforms for adults, for children, and also for conflict preparedness and protection, where people can review the information they received or also take some lessons. We don't need to have people gathering in one place, because it's not always possible, even for 10 people, especially children, to be in one place when the region is still impacted by shellings. So quite often we still cannot have many people present all at once. And so these are some of the lessons learned. You may have some questions about the format. If so, I will be ready to answer. Чудово, дуже дякую. І так, запитання і відповіді у нас будуть в кінці, як і на попередній сесії. І тепер хочеться передати слово Кейтлін, Humanitarian Inclusion. Так, чекаємо на мої слайди. Чудово. Отже, доброго ранку всім. Я, звісно, особа, що відділяє вас від обіду, але сподіваюся, що це буде корисна розмова.
Hard to reach areas. We are starting to put in place some responses, but these are early stages and we're really keen to hear about the experiences of others as well. So please be prepared to share your experiences. I will start with a few reminders from IMAS, International Mine Action Standards, just to keep in mind for framing this presentation and the discussion. So first is that IMAS defines a non-permissive environment as an operational area during a specified time period where there is a humanitarian need, but access is not possible, or consent has not been provided by a relevant stakeholder, preventing mine action activities from taking place. So this means that the access challenges can be logistical, they can be security related, but they can also be permission related. Next, in IMAS 1210, there's a section on risk education in complex environments. It spells out that part of ensuring that environment is permissive for EORE means that we need to conduct a risk assessment and to take measures to mitigate security concerns. So this is from IMAS 1210 on risk education. And just a small mention here that the technical note for mine action on IED risk education also stresses that risk analysis is essential when a conflict is ongoing. So the point that I want to make here is that a continuous risk management approach is absolutely essential. We have humanitarian imperatives to reach those that are most in need, but we also have duty of care and responsibility to do no harm. And the key is trying to find that balance point and responses that we can take forward to both address the humanitarian needs while also upholding our obligations. So now let's look at the Ukraine context. I think this will be familiar to most of you. This is a heat map from the National Mine Action Authority Secretariat's accident dashboard, which Alexander presented yesterday. It shows the concentration of accidents in the last 6 months. I've now overlaid it with the Institute for the Study of War's latest control of terrain map. So the areas in red here, as they have mapped, are not controlled by the Ukraine government. What we can see is that the majority of accidents have happened at or near the contact line, and this has consequences for our programming. So in the context of Ukraine, HI, Handicap International, or Humanity and Inclusion, we define 4 operational zones. The first one are black zones. These are areas not controlled by the Ukrainian government. They are strict no-go areas for us, and I would consider those to be non-permissive under the definition that we gave earlier. Reasons that they are not permissive. So first of all, no access permission. This is both from the side of the Russian Federation, but also keeping in mind the Ukrainian criminal law on collaboratism. And you'll see this little gray circle there that has 20 kilometers written on it. So this is, as we heard, mine action operators are not permitted to work within 20 kilometers of the contact line. We also, even setting aside the permission issues, there is a risk of retaliation to beneficiaries that could be posed if they're associated with European NGOs, for example, Ukrainian NGOs, or EORE messages that could be taken out of context, as we have seen taken place in some of these areas in the recent past. At least on the HI side, we have donor restrictions that prevent us from operating in these areas. And on a very practical side, there is a much greater lack of data relating to accidents and at-risk groups from these areas. Moving along the spectrum, HI defines red and yellow zones. I would call these semi-permissive. We personally do not have a strict kilometer rule for these, but they're based on situational context security assessments. In red zones, there are higher security requirements for our staff, such as using tracking more frequently and minimizing the time spent in those areas. The green zones for us are mostly in the west of Ukraine. I would consider them to be permissive, although there is still some risks. As we know, all areas of Ukraine have risks from air strikes. So I'm going to focus more on the red, yellow, and somewhat the black zones, since the subject of the presentation is hard to reach areas. In all of these areas, we face several access obstacles. One of them is large geographic distances from the hubs. So we found that it is not possible for our staff to reach all areas traveling within a day, even when we're based out of regional capitals. There's also, as was mentioned by Irena from UDA, need for high degrees of flexibility to adapt in face of air alarms, or as we saw in the winter, frequent power cuts. When we are trying to adapt, this is harder to do when we are operating at a distance. And finally, across all of Ukraine, as I said, there are risks to staff safety and security in the context of the use of explosive weapons in populated areas. But these risks are greatest the closer we get to the contact line, where there is faster reaction times, so weapons reach these areas much quicker. We know that there are strikes that occur before air alarms, so we cannot rely on those as a warning at all times. And especially in the really close areas, risks of humanitarians actually being targeted. So in face of these challenges, HI is in the process of introducing some new responses. I do have to admit, I feel a little uneasy presenting about mobile teams up here because this is something that HI is introducing now, and I know that many in the audience are already using this format. So this is where I'm gonna call for support and sharing experience, but I'll share our thinking at the time to start it off. So we are currently establishing mobile teams in the eastern region, particularly in Dnipropetrovsk and Kharkiv oblasts. We plan to target newly accessible areas of Kharkiv and potentially in the future, perhaps Kherson as well as more distant areas that experience frequent shelling, such as Kryvyi Rih. Our plan is for the teams to deploy in areas where they cannot commute within a day, so they'll stay within a community or nearby that community from Monday to Friday and return on the weekends to their homes. The team structure is similar to our normal team structure. One team leader, 2 EORE agents who also deliver CPP sessions, 1 social worker who conducts victim assistance identification and referrals, and 1 to 2 drivers. Potentially in the future, if we expand to NTS activities, non-technical survey, this would also be included among the team. We're looking at expanded requirements for heat training for these teams and potentially for some key team members to be able to conduct security assessments without relying on our security staff who are separate from the team. Advantages are that it allows us to cover bigger geographic distances to reach high-need areas. We can be more flexible in postponing activities if there's an air alarm or in the winter if there's a blackout, since we're actually embedded in the community. And added benefit, not related to access, even greater community engagement. But there are lots of challenges. So earlier I said one of our security rules for red zones is minimize time spent there. So already by placing the teams staying here overnight, that is expanding the amount of time that they're staying in an area at risk. Because these teams are going to be moving around quite a lot and potentially even doing door-to-door sessions, this is creating a higher demand for security assessments from our security team. Finding accommodation is a big challenge that I know some people here identify with. Both we need to be able to meet our own security's requirements, such as having a shelter available, which is not always the case, but also finding a place that accepts cash payments as our accountancy standards require. And finally, the mobile teams do have higher costs to keep in mind. We need to have dedicated vehicles that go with the teams. As I mentioned, there's higher security and logistics capacities that are required. We need travel allowances and accommodation paid for the teams, and higher training needs. And we have many open questions still. So what are our no-go lines? So where can we not go? We know of the 20-kilometer rule. Is there anywhere else that is going to be off limits? This is something still in discussion. Another question is about how we can adapt our security procedures for staying in areas experiencing frequent shelling. So Do these teams need to have different or more flexible procedures during air alarms than our normal teams? Are they only able to deliver sessions at sites that have shelters, although that would be quite limiting? Similarly, as we aim to introduce door-to-door activities in these communities, what does that mean for the security rules? Can the teams only operate within a certain radius of the shelter? But then what about the populations that we would be leaving behind by limiting ourselves to the shelter areas, keeping in mind still the duty of care to our staff? So these are all questions we're facing. I do have a couple other short responses that I'll give after, but I want to pause here and check if anyone out there is also using a mobile format and could share your experiences, ways you're doing it differently, solutions you found. Also open online. Tanya.
Дякую. Thank you, Caitlin. Yeah, we do have, through implementing partner mobile teams throughout the 2023. Right now we are wrapping up this because in terms of implementing partner, this is really hard to assure quality assurance. And one of the, maybe the tip, but we don't have that requirement that you have in terms of security, that there should be shelter around. But what we do have, that the team has the base, for instance, they are based in Preluki, Chernihiv Oblast. And then every day they are going somewhere around 30 kilometers or more, depends on the security situation in this very oblast at that time. And what they do, they come, the team is the multi-team. We have psychologists there usually, social worker there, someone to provide the first aid kit, because this is cross-sectoral mobile team. And then on top of it is EORE. We were practicing area something additional at the beginning, then we shifted towards that mobile team is mostly focused on EORE in 2023. And so having the base and going every single day somewhere around the oblast is giving us the freedom to assure that at least at night they have a shelter and the hotel, and the city can provide them all the needed, for instance, in case of car maintenance, services, etc. But in terms of shelter, of course, in small settlements, it's very hard to find any, and you just have to be careful, of course. And normally those people are paid higher fee for this danger, like a danger pay. What else maybe you could guide me, because this is something that we do not consider to keep going with, because we know that we have to work in a different way along the bordering line too. Not only the map that you were showing, the majority of cases, Mykolaiv, south and eastern part, but in terms of the bordering line with the Russian Federation, there are two, Chernihiv and Sumy Oblast. We are working with State Emergency Service. We are procured for the mobile classes. The trucks, we will announce this in a few weeks officially, and it will be an announcement. So this is one of the way how we do support government. And we as UNICEF, taking into account many years already in country doing EORE, looking forward to institutionalize this. And at earliest as possible, because we already delayed this before 2022 for many reasons. And those mobile classes, one of the way how we can do this and contribute to it. Thank you.
Yes. Halo in the back.
Yeah. Yes, of course. I can walk. I can talk. Sorry. As for Halo, we have quite extensive expertise in having mobile teams, because EORE activities were conducted by NTS teams from 2015, but then in 2018 it was the first year when we started like having those EORE teams that consists of 4 team members. One is a team leader, the other is a deputy team leader, and 2 EORE officers. All of them are trained ICP, equipped stretchers and MTK, all the armor, so everything that team would need in order to stay safe at the area. Also the radio, so because the communication here is vital, because teams are traveling around every day to be in touch with the supervisor and the radio operator, or who else is going to be in other organizations. And you need to put all of this in SOP, making sure this like safety and security part is covered there as well. So as for the accommodation, as you said, is a big challenge, especially in Kharkiv region and Mykolaiv region and Kherson as well, because like, for example, now we have our teams like staying at Mykolaiv, and they have to travel up to 2.5 hours in order to get to those distant areas in Kherson region. So it means we like spending 5 hours each day just to traveling back and forth, back and forth. So what is the solution here? Just to get to your security guys and saying, hey guys, we would like to work here and there, as how we did this. And they assess the situation. Also, we talk to government, to the military guys and like our NTS teams, they also travel every day, so they see more because they are not prohibited to, to reach other areas than EORE teams. Unfortunately, they cannot reach some areas. And we get all this information and plan our deployment according to the information that we got. And making sure that we're constantly in a contact with the teams, and teams are, like we have a chat, we have the radio operator, then they are reporting each time they're going from one settlement to another, when they started work and they start moving, and when they back to the office. And there's a procedure if they're out of our reach and out of contact, how we can make sure that it's still safe and nothing happened to our team members, because their lives, the most important thing, basically. And what else? Did I forget anything? So, and we can have a separate conversation on that as well, and just share our like SOP and procedures that we follow, so it will be it might be helpful for you. Thank you.
I will check. Is there anybody online who would like to contribute maybe to this question? Nobody online? No? Okay, yeah, so I will give you more questions, actually, not more answers. But DRC, of course, as a frontline actor, we do send our teams, not mine action teams, unfortunately, because of the 20-kilometer line, but a lot of the protection teams, shelter teams, non-food item teams, they will all be going into those areas. And we've been trying to sort of think about how to integrate, generally, HMA with our broader humanitarian response. But in fact, it is there's a couple of sort of discussion points that we have had in mind and have been going over and over again. First of all, is certainly safety, and then I have not been able to really find guidance on what we would need for risk education teams in such areas. Even on my Sunday readings of IMAS, I couldn't find it in the risk management IMAS. What I found through different literatures there, and there's always then a balance with when do you become too safety oriented. But what we've looked at or been thinking about is to only allow risk education teams to enter areas after the NTS teams have entered them. That, of course, in the 20-kilometer line is even bigger issue. Provide them heat, you've mentioned that already. Advanced training in first aid and trauma. Regular access to psychosocial support, psychological first aid, and then personal awareness, security trainings. Those will sort of pop up in different literatures as to what is needed or what is advised for sort of these type of things. And then another issue that we have also been discussing is, and you tell me, that's why a discussion is on this. Where is the balance between going for a method that is both costlier, more logistically demanding, and has a lot smaller reach, compared to going with something that is more cost effective, requires less time to manage it, and then actually provides bigger numbers, which under an emergency risk education programming, you generally strive for. But yes, like I said, more questions than answers from our side.
IMS is woefully bereft on this, and in fact, before the revision of IMS 1210 2 years ago, I'm losing track of time. Yeah, the section I mentioned on complex risks, on having medical training for teams, all of that wasn't even included. I know there are some experiences that have been shared more informally, and there's some documentation within GICHD, so I think Celine's online, but that talks about experiences from Iraq and Syria, but it's mostly from private companies who worked in, I'd say, quite semi-permissive environments. I think the question on the balance that you were saying between going for a method that's costly or riskier and provides higher risk is a very good question. What I would argue is the question of impact. So when we are seeing that the majority of accidents, if they're happening in these areas, that is even if we're reaching fewer people, there's potentially higher impact. Of course, we're all I'm waiting for the CAP survey to understand if the reasons that are driving the accidents are things that can be addressed through risk education programming alone, or if there's something that more require alternative solutions. But I do think that creates an imperative to at least try to find creative ways of reaching these areas, keeping in mind there is an eventual line that we cannot pass in terms of sending staff into certain areas. Which actually brings me to, and I'll cover these much more quickly. Oh.
May we go back to HI presentation?
Yeah. So everything that I just described in talking about mobile teams, at least for HI, and I imagine for others, we're not talking about anything in the black zone or the 20-kilometer buffer, because these are actually sending physical presence. So in terms of how to reach those areas, at least within the 20-kilometer radius, one of the things that we're launching is a social behavior change communication campaign using mass media. We are doing this in partnership with BBC Media Action, which is a social behavior change focused foundation linked to the BBC. It will have a 1-year time frame consisting of 3 phases. So the first phase is formative research on risk groups, behavioral determinants, barriers to adopting safe behaviors, and communication channels. The second phase will consist of training media partners to be able to deliver EORE messages. And finally, a third phase of developing and disseminating EORE mass media content. The target areas, if this will be feasible, is meant to be those areas closest to the contact line, especially within 20 kilometers, because we are judging mass media, especially looking if we're using a behavior change rooted approach to it as one of the more effective ways of reaching this area that we can't physically go. There are advantages in terms of not putting our staff at risk, and the messages coming from trusted sources among those media sources that are consumed. But there are challenges related to how we monitor the impact, especially anything from outcome level and above. There could also still be risks to beneficiaries that are posed if there would be shifts in the contact line and information that they receive is found and wrongly interpreted. And that's something we need to factor in really for any activities that we're doing close to the contact line. I won't go on too much more about this because it's starting to touch on a topic covered later under the digital section, so I'll just leave it for consideration for then. And the last thing, which I wouldn't say we don't have any concrete plans at this stage, but it's something that we explore and continue to talk about, as was mentioned yesterday, as was brought up by Tanya right now, talking about how UNICEF works with implementing partners, and that's working through local partners and community focal points. Again, it does not pose risks to our staff. Messages are coming from trusted sources within the community. There's also a long-term sustainability element to it, but there are many challenges. So those safety and security risks are still present. We are just displacing them onto others. So this, I listed it here as the question, what are the ethics of displacing our own security risk onto others? There is the question that we brought up yesterday related to certification, working with partners that do not have any kind of EORE certification. Could it put our own, as a mine action operator, certification at risk? Challenges related to conducting remote quality assurance and quality control. And finally, identifying partners that are able to comply with humanitarian principles. So after the Kakhovka Dam crisis, we had sent a team that did a rapid assessment. We spoke to several of the local volunteer groups that were traveling in and out of the flooded areas. And we found pretty universally that every network that we spoke to doing amazing work was also supporting military with usually non-lethal equipment. And so there has been questions as to how we can be sure when working with partners, if they are providing also support to the military, that there's no conflation between our assistance and support to the military as a humanitarian actor. So I'll close it there. I'm keen to hear about how others are reaching these, especially the areas within this 20-kilometer radius. I don't know that anyone in the room is reaching occupied areas or those not controlled by the government of Ukraine, but if you are, I would be extremely interested to hear about the experiences. Thank you.
Excellent, and thank you all three of you for your presentations. I will ask technical support to come back to the original presentation, so we can also again review a little bit of the survey that we did on this topic, and then we'll open the floor for questions and answers or discussions. I'll take the clicker. Excellent, thank you. Wonderful, thank you. And so let's have a look what the mine action community here in Ukraine has responded to these questions. Have we provided risk education at key locations such as transit points and border crossing points? We can see that yes, although quite almost equally split between yes and no, there has been some effort definitely on those areas, and that's sort of where you would certainly catch people on the move. And then have the sessions and risk education materials been received well by people? I was a little surprised by the results over here, simply because when we had the Kharkov Dam situation in Nikolaev, it was very clear that people had other needs when such a situation arises, and risk education might not be the first thing on their minds. But as a community, it seems that generally we have been well received by risk education. That's just certainly our experience down in Nikolaev had been that people will be looking at non-food items, legal support, psychosocial support primarily, and it might take them time to appreciate or want to receive risk education. Have we conducted any conflict analysis or conflict sensitive scans of our risk education activities insofar to prevent them from being conflict exacerbated? And then we can see that there has been quite a lot of that kind of reflection on the materials, so a larger portion of us have. Have we implemented risk education activities outside of Ukraine, but for Ukrainian refugees? We had one great presentation today from Mikhail to show that certainly we have, but as you can see, it has been done less frequently. So a large majority remained in Ukraine, and there's all sorts of reasons for that, of course, but it is a good practice from other contexts to replicate. Have unpredictable migration flows posed a challenge for risk education communities? We can see that a large majority of us agree with that statement, so it has been a challenge for us. Let's see some of the testimonies. It was difficult to find and gather people for risk education sessions, especially in Mykolaiv, and especially in the areas that were tasked to us by the National Mine Action Authority. And then secondly, often the population data on settlements is unreliable, and we're not able to plan how much time we will need to cover a settlement until we actually traveled there ourselves. Have we shortened our sessions to account for the limited time that people have when they're on the move? And it is an equal split here as well. So some of us have, some of us have not. I believe Mikhail has a great example of doing it at the border crossing points. Those sessions are rapid sessions, about 15 minutes in duration. It's something that DRC did back in the day between the government-controlled areas and non-government controlled areas before February 2022. So it's certainly a good practice. And then do we as a community believe that we've sufficiently been reaching the most at-risk population? Actually, also a little bit of a surprising result. A large majority of us would say that yes, we have been reaching the most at-risk populations. But again, this is just food for thought and for discussion. So opening up the floor to that soon. So have we been facing any challenges operating in the newly accessible areas? Large majority of us certainly have. Would love to hear from anybody who hasn't and has so responded in the survey, and so we can see how you've done it and maybe replicate it. And have we been responding quickly enough? This is certainly a discussion we've had internally at DRC often, and as a community it appears that we are quite satisfied with how quickly we have been responding. Again, open for discussion and constructive criticism. And then finally, as one of the topics that I've brought up just before, what kind of precautions have we taken to ensure risk education staff safety? And we can see from the testimonies here, different security trainings, security assessments, road access and mapping, safety briefings, and other tools for desk assessment. Organization, especially mine action organizations, we have that benefit of working with NTS teams, for example, to ensure that the risk education teams deploy to safe and go down safe roads, carrying medical kits like the TFACs. At least one person is trained as an intermediate care provider, mapping out hospitals and shelters, mandatory courses on safety and landmines, internal personnel trainings, as well as safety trainings provided by other organizations, first aid training, safe behavior courses. So there's been quite a variety of things that we can do. And I do believe this is yeah, don't look at this one, it's not lunchtime yet. But yes, opening up the floor now again for further discussion on these topics. Any volunteers here or online perhaps? Excellent, go ahead.
Thank you. I have a question for Ukrainian Demining Association. And I'm really happy that we have local NGO who is certified only to operate on the ground. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I guess it's only one Ukrainian local NGO who is certified, right, Irina?
As far as I know, yes.
Yes.
But we need to check this information.
Yeah, as far as I know too. So for that reason, it's very important. And for many of us, international organization, you are the only one option available for operating on the ground for those of us who are working through implementing partners. So I'm just wondering, you showed the nice slide with all the partners with whom you're working. There were Save the Children, there were MAG, there were MPA, in terms of international organization. In this case, I assume, but I would like to hear more from you, how do you assure not to have double counting? And in what way do you manage the teams, whether the international projects are split between them, so each of the team is linked to specific donor project, etc. And how do you split the facilities also, the settlements between the organizations? So just out of curiosity, thank you.
Many thanks for the interesting question. So the quick answer is right planning, but you are right. The more project we have, the tough it becomes. Yes, but first of all, what helps us? First of all, it's different project managers and different topics of the project. We don't have the same project with the same topics for different donors. It helps us a lot. And answering your question about how we split the villages or the oblast, it also very tough because almost all the donors want us to be and operate in the most in the areas that have the people most in need, but on the timing and on the planning phase, we just sitting in the UDA project management team and just make a list. So this team should go there for these particular beneficiaries or for this particular how to say it, целевая аудитория? Yes, target audience. And your project will cover this target audience with this list of settlements. But yes, it complicated.
Thank you. Just want to clarify, probably in Ukrainian, so it will be easy for you, also for the majority of the audience. Як ви забезпечуєте
Sure. Reporting to different donors because, well, donors have their own expectations concerning the quality of your communication on the ground in the community. So I know that for international organizations, quality is one of the topmost criteria, not even quantity in most cases, although the indicators are there. But for them, it should be clear that the sessions are actually happening. So how can you prove this and how do they monitor this happening? Okay, then I will also answer in Ukrainian. This part is much simpler than the previous part and the distribution of tasks. But here the reporting is quite simple because after each of the sessions, each of the team fills out a special form where they describe who is the co-organizer, and this excludes any possibilities of any trickery. So it's the local authorities or anyone else who are working together with us, and we are requesting to have 2 to 5 photos from each of the sessions. All of this is uploaded to a special folder. There is a separate folder for each session, and the donor has then access to this to these materials if they want to track this on a weekly or monthly basis. Well, it's up to them. It's up to the donor and their normal operating procedures. As for the quality control, well, all our sessions in every project are controlled remotely through the forms and photos so that we are able to prove the statistics, the number of people in the photo should be the same as in the report. And if you are reporting about children, this should be children. And if you are reporting about older audience, this should be older audience. And also, no matter if the donor actually demands it, but we always ensure that our quality assessment engineer is in the place and they make a report so that we can fully understand what exactly and how is shared by the team, how the session is organized, is there any feedback from the audience. So we are always doing this as an operator. Чудово, дуже.
For the microphone, no? Any other responses? Perhaps any comments? Do we have anybody online, perhaps? Anybody online? If you want to speak up, raise your hand and we'll put you up front. Perhaps something in the chat. Nothing in the chat. Anything? I'll give it one last try. Excellent. Okay, let me go for it. You were reaching for your microphone, yes.
All right, I have a question for Mikhail. So I was really interested to hear about your activities in bordering countries. And I'm wondering if you have information that you're using about intent to return and intent, like location that they're planning on returning, that informs how you prioritize? Or like, how are you choosing which communities to target first?
Thank you for the question. Actually, there is no currently prioritization of the location we are targeting. Initially, yes, it was some priorities for certain refugee accommodation centers due to the fact that they arrived from certain regions. For example, firstly arrived from Donetsk, Luhansk Oblast, then from Zaporizhia, Nikolaev, Odessa, and then from other regions. Therefore, it was basic information that the majority of beneficiaries are from certain region in one location. Then it became a mixed between different regions in the same location, so we couldn't define the exact data on the locations they are coming from. On private conversations with beneficiaries, we sometimes asking them where they are intending to go. And then we just have a informal information because we do not collect data on the personal data or their home addresses, just informally asking in general where they are moving to or from where they just arrived. And on your first question about mobile teams, basically all of our activities are mobiles. We have 2 mobile teams, therefore constantly we are just moving from location to other, Due to the geographical area of a country, it's very easy to reach any location during the day. So sometimes it requires maximum 3.5 hours to one direction. 1 hour, 1.5, it's session delivery, and 3.5 hours back. But basically, it's not a major problem for us. It's normal daily movement of the teams. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Well, actually, I have just thought of a question as well, and it's on my favorite topic, which is the Ukrainian labor legislation. And I would assume that anybody doing mobile risk education, and then do correct me if I'm mistaken, would also perhaps have to follow an irregular work schedule for the staff, right? You have business trip every day, and then you might work on the weekends. And then there's only so many times, you have to have a certain amount of free days every month under the legislation. So maybe if there's anybody who's found a solution to that, or how does that work, that could potentially, one of those things that we are also thinking at DRC is to have a team on standby in case of an emergency. But again, it is the legislation here, which is quite developed. And so it could pose an issue. So just.
I can start because we've been asking these questions very recently to our HR to try to get answers. What we have been told, I'm curious if Halo, if you have different experiences that we can learn from, but basically, as long as our teams are working Monday to Friday, so leaving Monday morning, coming back Friday evening, and we follow normal business trip rules with standard working hours, then it is fine. It doesn't come into overtime, but the key is sticking to the 8-hour work days and Monday to Friday. We do sometimes, so we've had a process of kind of raising awareness among our HR that with EORE, as you said, we need to meet community members where they are and when they're available. So that isn't always during working hours. So sometimes we have to shift the working week from Sunday to Thursday, but still, as long as we are keeping that 5 days, we've been told that it is okay. I hope it's the same for others. Don't make life more difficult, but yes.
Yeah, the same situation almost in my project, but I am the person who is replacing the staff who have a possibility to take a day off for their overtime they work during the week. So once they have a overtime, I'm just replacing the person, and the staff is having day off for a few hours more. We have no other solution at the moment, and we're still in emergency phase. Therefore, we continue without day offs.
Yeah, just speaking from the Halo experience here, we are actually on an op cycle. So we work 10 days on, 4 days off. Most of our staff are based here in Brovary and then are traveling out to our field offices. We have offices in Kharkiv and Mykolaiv. That means the first and last day, though, typically gets eaten up by traveling all the day to those locations. The other thing, though, those are our hubs. So that's where most of our staff are staying while they're out on their business trips. So we still have that limiting factor of it. If we're trying to push into Kherson or places farther afield, we're still struggling with accommodation in those areas that we can stay at. Because as Lana was saying before, they're spending a lot of time using Mykolaiv or Kharkiv or areas just around it as their jumping off points. But still, they have to spend a lot of time in the car to get to where they're actually trying to be.
Short comment from the UDA side. So we just follow the number of working days during the months. For example, during September, we have 21 working days. And it means that our staff can work either from Monday to Friday, or we can establish for them a separate working schedule. And it could include a Saturday, for example, and then they work from Monday to Saturday, but we still need to follow the number of working days. And yes, it is a loan, like a business trip, відрядження. Yeah, so it helps for us, for example.
Wonderful. Thank you again. I will give it one last, I think everybody wants to go for lunch. But one last attempt, if there's any comments or any lessons learned, any challenges you want to share with us. Going once, anything online? I don't see any hands raised. Very well. Then we will conclude the session and we will reconvene in 1 hour. So it is currently 20 past 1 o'clock Ukraine time. And so we will come back for the next section on digital risk education at 14:20 Ukraine time again. Thank you very much. Enjoy lunch. Okay, everybody, we will slowly start. So if anybody's still eating or drinking coffee, please have a seat. All right, then we will open the pre-final discussion number 4 on digital risk education during emergencies. And we'll be specifically looking at things like, have we been using risk education as standalone or complementary or both as a response? What kind of digital risk education were used? Have we adjusted messaging of digital risk education based on contextual changes? Have we been able to formalize or institutionalize risk education in different national structures? And have we adopted messages to different medias? Again, just a couple of points that we'll be looking at. Also, digital risk education is a very broad topic that the community essentially is slowly getting its bearings straight on. We had a wonderful workshop last year in Switzerland, conducted by UNICEF and GICHD. We have a great pleasure today with Robin here, who had just a publication in the Journal of Conventional Weapons on digital risk education. And we have UNICEF, arguably the biggest provider of digital risk education globally, but also in Ukraine. And so we are up for a very good discussion today. Same format. Presentation will start, we'll review some survey results, and then we'll open the floor for questions and answers. And so with that, I'll pass the floor to Svetlana and Tanya.
Okay, I need to steal a clicker. And as earlier, we will be speaking in Ukrainian as audience is in Ukrainian. Maybe you need a translation, right? Can we have one more? Yeah, I will just start before it. We will start without it. I will start in English. It's okay. So until our speaker has another. Okay. О, добре. Тоді давайте перейдемо на українську для того, щоб було зрозуміло.
To make this as accessible as possible for the majority of the audience. We are speaking of the Ukrainian context and how we have adapted these changes to our digital channels and media consumption patterns here in Ukraine. So speaking of the most popular digital channels and the things that can be used to work in them, we are focusing mainly on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Each of those channels works well when taken separately. So these are some of the updated numbers from greatest research. So on the left, we have consumption of news. On the right, we have entertainment. So the news most frequently is delivered over messengers, and YouTube is becoming increasingly popular for entertainment. So depending on where we are on social media, our success depends on the availability of a relevant audience. So we are using Instagram for youth, we are using TikTok for younger audiences, Facebook for the parents of children. So if you do not have well-developed channels on social media, probably it's not a good choice to start. If you want quick results, you should rather opt for collaboration with other authors. You need to develop some edutainment content, and quite often parents are looking for content right now. If you have children, you probably know that relevant content is scarce. So producing some videos with some behavior-related content about mine safety, this would be very helpful, and we will see some examples from the dog patron videos. So of my recent interaction with my 7-year-old child consisted in the child telling me the plot of the recent episode, and then she was able to reproduce the song, which basically presented all the main safety rules presented there. So in the same way, we can work on Instagram or TikTok. There will be some specific cases and you will see the statistics. Also, on top of that, Ukrainians are using smartphones for getting news and entertainment, 82% of them, and also TV and smart TV, laptop, computer follow in popularity. So also a smartphone is used in parallel with other devices. So whatever is not available to be seen on smartphone is not a suitable content for any communication channel. So we had this idea before that in emergencies we should provide pictures with lots of text information, but this only works in one situation, when people need to be able to share information quickly. But if we want to build engagement, trust, if we need to develop in-depth knowledge, then we have to create opportunities for the more frequent and in-depth interaction with your content. And also, we need to separate channels for children, adolescents, and caregivers. So we want to show you some successful collaborations over the last 18 months. We will not discuss the numbers in detail. You will be able to see the slides later, but please remember the target audience and the percentages of different target audiences on each of the channels. You can make the tailoring on your messages. For YouTube, this could be let's say videos for the parents and younger children. If you are on TikTok or Telegram, again, you need to understand what's the percentage of your audience that's gonna be covered there and what you need to do there. So we have Oksana here with us, who was the mother of this campaign. So we were getting ready for the summer vacation, and we need to understand that the audience we need to cover is the adventurous audience, teenagers. Teenagers don't want to be told what to do and not to do. Teenagers, of course, once they are told not to do something, they will rather decide to go and try that. So looking for adventures is their step toward becoming an adult. So we understood that in summer, teenagers will be swimming, will be on picnics, will go to forests, and these are exactly the places where danger is awaiting them. So we spoke of mine safety, safety on water, etc. So safety rules depend on the specific place you're in, and in case we can have a sound on, let us see some pieces of those videos. So our new approach was marginalization of unsafe behavior, and we were basically telling that this risky behavior is cringy, and also if you do safer things, it is cool actually, and if you are in the know, you know where to call if there is danger. So yeah, so we were using some slang, and we had a much better perception of this compared with the usual communication by the state emergency service. So we used some hip hop tracks, and we also created some animation to illustrate these rules. So let's hear to, oh no, no, we cannot listen to them. So could we please watch at least the first video? So while are we waiting for the video to show up? Yeah, there's the first one on the left. So yeah, it's Friday, everything is tired, even the slides are tired. Let's get a bit more excited on this Friday after lunch workshop.
Але дійсно розказуй чому, не кажи бо так. Чому не діти на кані?
Children on their summer vacation is almost like a plot for the movie. And if you know the safety rules, this movie will not become a thriller. You need to know exactly why these rules are important, why you cannot swim in unknown places, why you cannot burn leaves and trash, and what to do in case you see a mine, and what should you do in case you see a bombed house? It's unsafe to go there. It's unsafe to do that. Spend your time well, but take care. Enjoy the summer, but be careful. And you can find more information on the UNICEF and State Emergency Service website. Thank you. Thank you for this video. And as you can see, the message in the track is about the things that parents need to explain about the safe behavior, and not just saying because they said so. And this was the main purpose, that there needs to be the explanation. Yeah, and this was the main message for the parents and for the children themselves. Yeah, let's watch the second video. There were some TikTok collaborations, and there was some promo collaboration. Selfie with the mine, it's a cringe. Going to the forests where there were combat operations, it's cringy. If you see a mine, don't approach, don't touch it. Phone 101. So yeah, there are some technical challenges with showing the videos, but we really want you to see them. To chill out near the water, it is great. To dive, if you don't know the bottom, it's cringe. So please rest safely, dive safely. If you see someone having problems, call 101 and call for adults. Okay. So as you can see, those videos are designed in such a way, and their total performance over the last 3 months was 3.5 million for the minds only, both for children and for the parents. Of course, the reach is a broad number, but the engagement was high as well. So the second part here was collaboration with TikTok bloggers who have hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and they were speaking the way they usually speak. If there is some audience who likes Natalia Chaban speaking or some other bloggers, well, they are watching by hundreds of thousands of people. Who has got those TikToks with Natalia Chaban? Well, yeah, if you haven't, you can watch them later, but actually, yes, the coverage is very high, and we prefer them communicating these messages in their style. So these are some examples of following TikTok trends. So we would like to hear the example in at least one of the videos. Yeah, let's watch the mushrooms video. Yeah, so we use the existing trend, the popular voice, to record these videos. Yeah, just click on it. It will open. Oh, how terrible that is. Why should you go there close to those mines? You can go for a walk, you can smell the flowers, you can make a photo with the goats. Just don't approach the mines. So most probably you have heard this wonderful voice because it has been everywhere. And of course, here we do not have hundreds of thousands of watches. Okay, in total, 125,000. Yeah, so if we come back to the slides, you will see that the videos are different, and they are sharing those additional bits of the message. Yeah, maybe someone doesn't want to listen to UNICEF stuff anymore, but these mushrooms are funny and they want to see them. So this is how the message stays with them, and it works much better than what we could say on the official web page. You should do these things, you should not do those things. But this brief focused content, it works much better. Also, quite often we are disseminating unbranded content. We know that we have certain limitations and we cannot disseminate certain things, but there are those little pics that people are sharing on Viber. So, of course, it would not be a suitable material for Viber, but we are using the content adjusted to their specific audience. Thank you, Svetlana. I hope this microphone works. So yesterday we told you about a collaboration with a popular Ukrainian singer who has been a special guest star on Eurovision. So we remastered her song about Chernobyl. So she understood the importance of the topic we are presenting, and she made some adjustments to a song she had and introduced some mine safety rules there. So we know that she has a certain limitations on her channels, and we did not want to launch that song as is. So we decided to make a dance challenge on TikTok. and we encouraged people to repeat certain moves, and we launched that campaign right after Kakhovka Dam. So in the beginning, we encourage people to make the same videos and upload them. And there was no additional motivation because, well, sometimes we have these discussions whether we should have any presents for people to have well, additional motivation for teenagers to participate. But actually, let's watch this video in the middle. Let's see an Instagram video. I don't know how to download it from there, but this is something that people actually did. They repeated the moves, maybe somewhere near the art, near their house, in their garden at school. They filmed this little video. And if you are launching something for teenagers, please make sure that you choose some time where they are not overloaded with some exams or whatever they are having in their life. So you will see a song which is an updated version of the existing song. I see a mine. I do not approach. I dial 101. 101. So we have limited this challenge in terms of timing, and we advise you to do the same because it gives people additional stimulus to do it as fast as possible, to participate. And in the next slides, you will see built-in videos rather than links. So what else have we created for children? Before the beginning of this discussion, there was a question what we have created and what were the new approaches in terms of digital channels. So we made a series with Patron the dog, and there were mine safety and MHP SES advice. So the dog Patron became our UNICEF ambassador, and there are lots of views every time because there is a new episode every time, and once there is a new episode, time stops and everyone just sits there and watches the video. And we understood that distance learning was not as successful as possible after the full-scale invasion started. So we talked to the Ministry of Education. We understood what were the resources available, and we decided to make an interactive lesson, checking those 4 most important lectures of mine education. So in the middle, you can see a brief excerpt from that lesson. And as we have mentioned, any communication should be tailored, adjusted to the specific audience you are dealing with. And where you can see the lady, it's for younger children. Wherever you can see the guy from the State Emergency Service, it is for older children. So the content is different, and it's very important. We launched it on the Ukrainian Children's Day, which is the 1st of June. We promoted it through social media, banners, etc., Facebook community. And the parents and teachers this way could bridge the gap in the education of their children, because as you could have noticed, teachers are kind of afraid of this mine education subject. They don't want to teach something they are not fully knowledgeable about. And this project was supported by the Ministry of Education, and the coverage was pretty high. So it is gamified and very usable. So we also understood that, sometimes children are overloaded with information, and sometimes children become hostage to dangerous situations created by parents, and sometimes children become victims because of the risky behaviors of their parents. So yeah, we need to create content for parents, and wherever there is any opportunity to use our digital channels for parents, we are creating some videos for them. So these are 3 animated videos for those coming back home, and we are explaining some of the key issues: how to examine your house once you are back, how to walk your dog, and what zones are safe for that. Also, in the beginning of the full-scale innovation, there was a huge need to learn more about EOD. So again, we need to keep this balance, not to cross the red lines, not to encourage people to learn too much about the mines, to delve into the subject to the extremes, but also to somehow meet the need to learn more about the explosive devices. So we created some videos for the adults who do not want to watch some humorous content. And yeah, over time, we need to change something to trigger people's attention. So those 10 videos were popular in the beginning, but now they would not be as popular. So here you can see some brief banners and pre-rolls that we were using to advertise this material on websites that are frequently used by Ukrainians. We were collaborating with an advertising agency who gave us data about the locations of the parents we were interested in. And also, whenever you are creating something, please remember about upcycling. So if you have made a video, you can easily make a GIF file out of it, or whatever else you need for disseminating the information. So one of the messages we had was to encourage children to learn, and we explained parents how to do that. So if I would like to launch the video. So look, here we have the shoes of a child and an adult, and we are explaining that a mine is equally dangerous for everyone. The mines can be hidden in unexpected places, so protect your child. Teach your child not to approach dangerous objects and call 101. So, yeah, we are encouraging parents to teach their children not to approach dangerous objects. This is because we want to create ownership in parents as well. So there is this triangle, yeah, the parents are telling it's a responsibility of the teacher to teach children about that. The teachers say it's responsibility of the state emergency service. The state emergency service says that it's responsibility of everyone. So yeah, it's basically starts with the basics. We are showing the basic stuff about mine safety, and these are some of the cheap solutions which would not demand lots of money, but it's a good way to communicate in some interesting ways. Also, after the tragedy, after Kakhovka Dam, everyone suddenly wanted to know more about the mines that can suddenly find themselves close to the shore. And actually, when we had the Ministry of the Interior and the emergency service, it was very difficult to get any real feedback from them. So we created a video with some real mines in them, showing that, for instance, how the tribe brought an anti-personnel mine to the shore. Again, it's a very brief video. We are presenting here an example of anti-vehicle mine, and we are explaining that any mine can find itself close to the shore. So it's a very simple solution, but it gives very good results. Speaking of parents and the ways to communicate with the parents, well, we are a digitalized country. We had a good internet coverage with lots of places. Of course, there are some challenges close to the front lines, but wherever there is internet, we could ensure simple communications. And let's say once a Viber call is over, it shows a banner, and there can be some useful information there. Or you can make just a very brief TikTok video, like just a 2-second video, and we could see very good coverage. In this case, hundreds of thousands views, and it's not even some humor, because, well, normally on TikTok we have humorous content, but I did not see much of those visual materials in terms of dangers associated with Kakhovka Dam explosion. So if you have a video on YouTube, you need to boost it, you need to promote it, and you need to have a budget for that. Or also you should make some pre-rolls, like 6 to 10 seconds. And if you don't need engagement, that would be enough. If you need some engagement, you need to have call to action. And also a few words about Telegram. It's a very popular thing in Ukraine. It became increasingly popular since the beginning of war. And you can see this spike in the use of Telegram. So previously it was just there were some public pages and information channels, but since the onset of the war, it became something similar to what Google Feed used to be for some of us. So right now, Telegram plays the same role, and there is a possibility to integrate into the existing public pages, and you can see the number of minutes spent on Telegram. So as you can see, the numbers are dropping, but still the audience is much stronger than on Viber. So Viber also is a messenger with public pages, but there is a difference. Telegram is for adults and also adolescents, youngsters. There are many parents and caregivers there. And Viber is less advanced. They are trying to introduce some changes, but mainly it's for older people. So you can create content that would be interesting and useful. You could use Viber promotion tools. There are some videos displayed when the call is over, but also there are some sticker packs both on Viber and on Telegram. So we can create memes, or we can create jokes, and that's what we already did before during the COVID-19 pandemic and in other situations. So once the first emergency stage is over, we can start using humor. And yeah, that's where the sticker packs come in. So we created a pack for both. It's one is for Viber, another is for Telegram. So we have our public page on Viber. It's a UNICEF public for parents. There are lots of active parents there, and it's a great thing for us because it's our communication channel. On Telegram, the audience wants to read some news updates, some jokes, etc. So we made another sticker pack with different characters, and Patron the dog is sharing some jokes. So those sticker packs on Telegram can easily be disseminated without any special permit. So this is a way you can promote your messages, and you just need to develop the messages behind that. Yeah, and also some data about the media campaign. So this combines both the digital and outdoor, but it's very important to understand that a couple million people of the online reach, they can be converted to different other products for informing people, but the people who engage in action, they are much less numerous. So we also need to add some interpersonal communication where we can build better engagement. And yeah, thank you. Дякую дуже за вашу презентацію. Я передаю слово Робіну, який розкаже про їхні ініціативи Minds Advisory Group.
Okay, welcome.
Добре, отже, вітаю вас. Звуть мене Робін.
For those who are not familiar, we're an international organization that clears landmines and explosive bombs around the world. My role is a little bit different to most of the people here, in that my role is based across all of MAG's programs, rather than being specifically in Ukraine. As a little bit of a backstory as to that, which I will get to. A bit of background, Digital EORE is still relatively new to the sector. Nick alluded to this earlier. We have been working, including various people here today, collaboratively across the sector to better recognize, understand, standardize, and improve the M&E side of how we look after all of these different digital channels, initiatives, how we reliably report on these different things, how we can be more consistent, how we can take learnings from different people. and it has grown quite rapidly around the world in recent years. It did exist in various different contexts to a degree before, but when COVID hit, suddenly we had teams around the world who could no longer go out and to speak to people in person, and now we had a new opportunity, and as a result, the digital side has significantly uplifted and evolved around the world now. So we've been working as part of the digital EORE test team, which is linked to the EORE advisory group, to look at these different things and help provide advice and guidance to different practitioners working in this field. Often, many of us may not have experience with working in these different channels or creating digital content. A lot of the sector tends to come from a more kind of in-person traditional base. So we're still in the process of integrating a lot of these lessons and trying to communicate those and build up that evidence base in terms of the most effective ways to deliver these different things. So just a little bit of background in terms of MAG's presence here in Ukraine. When the invasion started, MAG was not registered to work in Ukraine because of the proliferation of other actors already working here. Our initial decision was not to come and join in. Over time, over those summer months, it changed. Donors asked us to come and support. And then we took that decision to come and work in Ukraine. But that process of getting registered, accredited, getting staff on the ground is kind of curtailed our abilities to actually get going on the ground and limited our initial activities. We are now registered to work in Ukraine. We are now delivering EORE sessions in public directly. And now we're in a better position to actually invest and develop our digital EORE. To date, we have not been able to spend any of the money from our Ukraine program for what we've been doing in terms of digitally. It's all been pulled from headquarters, which is why I've been more involved in some of that. It is a bit of a tough ask sharing a stage with these guys from UNICEF, I must say. As their standards and what they've been able to deliver over the past kind of 16 months is remarkable. I consider it the best example of digital risk education which exists anywhere in the world. I think they deserve an enormous amount of credit to be able to do that in a difficult context. And for me, as I say, like I'm not permanently covering Ukraine, it's been enormously valuable for me to be here and to see everyone's presentations. And see the sophistication and the quality of the work you've been able to deliver. So I think you deserve enormous credit for that. So a little bit of background to MAG's work within digital EORE. We are fortunate to have had a partnership with Meta Facebook for the past few years. Which is great in most contexts because Facebook and to a lesser extent Instagram tend to be the more dominant social media platforms. A lot of where we've been working is sort of like Southeast Asia and the Middle East, and Africa, that is consistent. Ukraine is the odd one out in that respect, particularly in terms of younger people, where that audience falls off significantly on Facebook. And there is a much greater need to be able to diversify across different channels to ensure that you're reaching those different audiences. We've not been able to do that to the extent that we would like, purely due to financial kind of restrictions, but we have been able to cover the Meta side of things because we've been given ad credits donated by Meta to facilitate that. I know there are a number of organizations in the room who benefit from a similar kind of support from Facebook on that same front as well. So when we first started to get started, we didn't have any materials. We had no previous experience in Ukraine. Our staff that we were starting to board didn't have any experience in Ukraine. Whilst we're being registered, we wanted to keep a kind of light touch in terms of what we were saying. So we were looking to try and complement what was already out there, add value to the work that was already going on. And one of the first initiatives we did was partnering with the State Emergency Service. They developed some nice video content, but they didn't manage to kind of distribute them to the same extent that we had the potential to through our Facebook partnership. So we took those videos and we could just push those out through Meta ads. For those of you not familiar with using them, broadly, if you have funds or if you have credits donated to you, it's a highly effective medium in terms of delivering content. You can reach a lot of people. That you can kind of guarantee. But the challenge is how do you make that content meaningful? How do you create interactions and engagements? It's all well and good spamming people with this information, but if they're just scrolling past, as it's very easy to do, then it doesn't mean so much. So after we used those SESU videos, we initially tried to have a little bit of back and forth to try and guide them in terms of our previous experiences in trying to keep a lot of that content down to the kind of key essentials of what they were saying. There is an emergent challenge across social media, particularly compared to the traditional in-person work, where you do have a very short opportunity to capture people's attention. Typically now it's the first few seconds. It is so easy to just scroll away if you don't think that content is relevant or interesting or tailored to you. So if you don't capture people in those first few seconds, chances are that they've gone. And then I think another challenge that a lot of us might face, at least in comparison to UNICEF, is that we don't have the same kind of brand recognition that they have. People see a UNICEF logo and there is, that reputation and trust that is built in. They recognize who you are. When MAG appears on the screen, particularly as an organization who hasn't worked here previously, we don't have that same immediate kind of recognition and response, which is a barrier to people consuming our content. And thus we kind of have to work harder to try and get people to engage with it. And fair to say our branding is a little bit different to most in the sector compared to the light blues and the leaves and holding hands and that kind of stuff. When we rock up with a luminous red and a skull and crossbones, it's got a little bit of a different feel. So after we did the SESU videos, I have to say we did try and get them to try and slim them down a little bit, but the kind of chaos of that initial kind of foray to get information out, as you say, this fast and furious approach, we couldn't quite do that. But later, we then worked with the Ministry of Reintegration. They developed some really nice content as well. And we were able to cut down those videos into shorter, kind of the key messages, the real takeaway, kind of compelling moments, and break those down into bite-sized content. That meant that, when people saw a video from us, they weren't faced with the prospect of, having to watch, 1 minute 30, which doesn't sound very long, but in a competitive, congested social media space where you're competing with, friends, family, news, whatever else is going on, that can make a difference in terms of people's consideration to actually consuming content. So we cut them down quite a lot, and then that also made us, we could put that content onto Facebook stories, Instagram Reels, whereas longer videos just aren't allowed onto those things. So we were able to diversify onto different elements within that platform. And you can see the amount of people we were able to get to complete watching full videos increases significantly when we have shorter content versus the longer form content. If you analyze a video, whether it's in our sector or any sector, the longer your video, the more and more people will drop off. And the way we tend to do things in EORE is that we have a set of key messages and we work through them, typically the reporting numbers at the end, and people often will not get to that final message. So one approach can be to split that into bite-sized chunks and deliver those things separately, and people will be more likely to consume each of those videos in full. So that's a tactic that you
can potentially use. Again, I think these things are exacerbated for those of us who don't have the same kind of brand recognition and established audiences that some of the other organizations have. But we had reasonably decent results with that. Another side of things that we've been working on in a more kind of traditional sense, as this crosses over sort of between the online and the offline world, is we created a number of murals in Kharkiv, Zhytomyr, in Kyiv, that are permanently out there in the public. They're in high footfall areas. They are attractive and interesting. They're not a pure kind of EORE exercise in that they were kind of art-led rather than kind of key message-led. But all of that content includes QR codes so that people who are interested in learning more can click through and find that information. And that's an approach that we use with all of our content, which again is often bite-sized, so that we're trying to get people interested initially, and then we give them the option to click through and learn more. And whilst we've been getting established, we've been linking through to UNICEF and DRC, other people's content, where there is fuller lessons online, where you've got the full training experience, you've got a lot more video content, which is split into different target audiences. So we've been leaning heavily on connecting through to other people and other organizations as well. I think there is a case for trying to improve kind of coordination and collaboration on these things. That is a case for all of digital EORE across many countries. We are overwhelmingly saying very similar things in very similar ways, and try and minimize that duplication. So that's one approach that we've been trying to keep at MAG, is we don't want to just repeat what other people have done, particularly as we may not have the budget or resources, current capacity to do it as well, but to find ways where we can add value within the existing system. And I think the digital EORE here in Ukraine is the most congested of any environment in the world. If you look at other countries and hotspots, there might be 1 or 2 actors. Here we have 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's a lot of content out there. There's some really high quality content. And the material that we have been able to use in some other countries has ultimately been of a lower standard, but has fit within the kind of expectations of those audiences. But when you come to a more progressive, mature internet culture, online culture like we have in Ukraine, those standards have also jumped as well. So there does need to be a greater sophistication and understanding in terms of what we're doing and how we're getting people to interact. And like Halo, we also developed a number of roadside and pedestrian street billboards, targeted areas where we have high footfall or high traffic, even in looking at whether traffic kind of slowed down. So, people driving past billboards, more difficult to read, but if there's traffic lights or other slowdowns, it gives them a little bit more opportunity to consume them. But our content is very simple at the moment. It's key messages. It's highlighting the recognition of different types of EO, the dangerous areas, official, unofficial booby sign, warning signs, all that standard kind of stuff at the moment. So getting to short video loops, this is kind of our main thrust of what we've been doing in digital so far. Through our partnership with Meta, they gifted us access to a creative agency who work with some of the biggest brands in the world. And they kind of recommended this approach to us in terms of very short, typically about 6-second long videos that can fit on sort of looping formats. Particularly as nearly all of our reach is delivered through ads. So we do post these things organically to our pages as well, but most of the reach is through ads, and anything which appears on somebody's timeline under the banner of an ad, again, the people's defenses go a little bit up. They're a little bit more cautious. They're less inclined to watch. So if we had longer videos there, again, the number of people which would be inclined to do it would be lower. So we get these things working really quickly. They all work without any volume at all. Increasingly, people tend to consume video content without turning their audio on. So having content which can work effectively without that sound as well is quite important. But yeah, we thought there was a little bit of a kind of gap in that kind of coverage, maybe one of the few spots that you hadn't managed to cover. But yeah, again, covering very similar kind of key messages, but we got a good amount of reach on that, really high levels of engagement in terms of people clicking around, being interested, sharing, commenting, liking, all of that kind of stuff. And again, we got about 6 million full video views out of that. We're now working to try and spread that content onto other public display media. So that's now on the Ukrainian rail network, and we're talking to other kind of ministries and private sector bodies to try and disseminate that a little bit further. Another aspect of our work, this is one of the first things that we started doing in late summer 2022, was to develop a series of, again, quite short radio spots, professionally recorded with voice actors here, that we positioned and distributed through a number of popular radio stations that operated countrywide, excluding the occupied territories, so Radio Lux, Radio Rocks, things like that. Estimated kind of 6.8 million. Radio, a little bit more difficult to kind of evaluate the impact and kind of the engagement and how people are consuming it, unless you have the means to go and do a kind of post-campaign survey with these people, which at the time that we didn't. So the feedback you get by delivering radio compared to something which you're doing digitally, where you get very precise, detailed metrics on who is interacting your content and how. Radio is a little bit more difficult to kind of evaluate, but that's just the nature of the medium. And we're continuing with radio going forward as we do. We've also managed to include some emergency response as part of this when the Kakova Dam collapsed. Again, a case fast and furious, get things out there as quickly as possible, get the key information into the hands of the people who need it when they did. Some of our messages also included a bit more kind of rounded CPP stuff in terms of how to safely evacuate as well. But again, just trying to give people the key raw information, included both videos and some very simple graphics as well, not making it hard work. You know, one advantage of doing things through digital is that rather than trying to pull people to you, pull people into sessions, getting them to give up their day so they can come and sit and listen to you, we can go where they're already active. And the more convenient and accessible that we can make it to people, then the greater effect it will be. But that does kind of touch on some of the advantages of digital risk education fundamentally in terms of overcoming some of those barriers. So yeah, there are a number of places that we can't go to because of the security context, but we can safely deliver digital risk education there without putting any staff or partners in harm's way. And it can give you a little bit more flexibility in terms of other barriers, in terms of cost. You can do digitally often a little bit cheaper rather than compared to sort of hiring teams and sending them to places. You can react a little bit better and more responsively. You can get information quickly out to people and a large number of people, which again, it'd be nearly impossible through a more kind of traditional means. So yeah, some advantage kind of inherent to the digital approach, but MAG's approach broadly in terms of digital EORE is generally it is better as a kind of complementary value add on top of that in-person support. We don't think it is necessarily a direct replacement for that, but works better in conjunction on top, particularly in terms of keeping these things top of mind, which may become more important as we get further into the conflict. People have maybe attended a session before, they're not keen to again. They've gone however long without seeing anything or experiencing any problems. And naturally, their aversion to that risk will start to drop a bit. So relatively easy, we can keep these things kind of in people's minds and push it directly into where they're already active. So as I say, we have only really just started to get registered and based here in the country properly. So we're now working with a Kyiv-based design agency called Sensors to locally kind of curate that content. Again, there's been challenges for us in terms of not having much of a kind of established staff here, being able to effectively judge the kind of tone and voice and culture and style of the kind of Ukrainian internet culture and try and adapt to that. So we think particularly here, maybe often more than in some other environments, that getting people who really understand that to feed in to sort of guide and curate what you're trying to do is really important. We are going to follow you guys onto Telegram as well, and try and curate a little bit kind of news alerts based kind of current affairsy kind of content. And kind of leverage that channel, which has become so popular and sort of key to maintaining people's safety here. The influencer thing, I think, is particularly going to be important for us. We face that same barrier again, and nobody knows who we are. People are understandably a little bit more kind of suspicious in this kind of context. So we are working to find people who already have an audience, ideally, but are also respected, so that when they say something, their fans, supporters, people who recognize them, particularly in terms of that instantaneous kind of recognition, which on social media, if you don't know who they are, you're just going to go past. They will be able to deliver our messages more effectively than we would be as just this unknown organization. So trying to find people or partners, or I thought it was quite interesting, you guys talk about how to sort of leverage mass media, particularly kind of publications themselves in terms of how they can more effectively frame these messages for us. So we're looking to do that. The radio work will continue, and then the website I put in, but I'm not absolutely sure. I'd be interested to hear some other people's experience with it. Internet in the last 5 years around the world has quite changed. Social media has become dominant to the extent that people often don't go to other websites now. And to a large extent, those social media platforms don't really want you to leave. They'd rather keep you on board there. And we have found in other countries that our ability to drive people to our websites hasn't always been the best. Fundamentally, and kind of philosophically, we wanted it there because otherwise we're discriminating against people and sort of insisting that they have accounts with certain social media platforms to be able to access it. By putting it on a dedicated website, you democratize access to anyone who's able to access the internet. I'm not convinced that the traffic necessarily judges that. We may revert back to just continuing to direct people to a better established platforms where that content is all there. I think in a nice world, there would maybe be one consolidated website covering, because we will direct people to the DRC for the full lessons, and then we'll go to the UNICEF for different video content. I think if there was a one-stop shop somewhere where we could centralize all of this information, where any target audience, any beneficiary could navigate that and find what is appropriate to them, could be useful, but again, comes back to this more kind of coordination thing, which, is an inherent problem across all of our work. But yeah, I think that brings me to the end of my presentation. But as I say, we've been trying to basically try and add value and complement what other people have been doing whilst we've been getting registered. leveraging the tools we have, which is principally our Facebook partnership, and signposting people towards where there's some really good content out there. So I think, to summarize, that there's been some really remarkable work done in the country as an initial response, and now we're getting a little bit more settled in. I think, again, we'll start to evolve into a more mature, considered response into the most effective ways to do things. So we'll be tackling different problems, getting more sophisticated, and seeing how we can better challenge that emergent fatigue which starts to arrive in all countries as these things kind of proliferate. But yeah, happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much. This actually definitely opens up a lot of discussion points. If not from nobody there, then I will monopolize that area because digital risk education is close to my heart. I will ask for the clicker back, we'll review the survey, and then we'll open up the discussion generally. And so let's have a look at what the mine action operators in Ukraine have said to some of these questions. On the question, have we been using it, digital risk education standalone, complementary, or both? Reviewing sometimes these results, I see that I may not have posed the questions entirely correctly, but we can see that most often we have used them, both of them, which in many ways is also then using them complementary. And then what kind of digital risk education were used by our community, and we can see quite an array there, from radio broadcasting to different web pages, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Google, Viber and Telegram, online television, mobile apps, online courses, coloring books with augmented reality. We have had it all here in Ukraine, and there's still a lot of space to continue the innovation. And then have we been adjusting messaging based on contextual changes? And you can see unanimously we have all done that. Have we tried to formalize or institutionalize any digital risk education into the national structure? You can see that a lot of us have been doing that over the last 18 months here in Ukraine. And then have we adjusted messaging to different medias? And yes, indeed, overwhelmingly we have. We can see some of the testimonies here, messages adapted for Facebook, Instagram, and Telegram, creating radio ads and presenting on local news without any visual aids, on the telly, focused on messaging for people going on a holiday, so specifically in June at that time of the year, risk education content being tailored for each channel and target audience there. And then looking at, have we been discussing digital initiatives with local authorities and other experts? This is, it's a positive result, to be honest, but I doubt it a little bit. I think we can definitely engage the oblast authorities more in terms of our plans when it comes to digital risk education, mass media campaigns, and so on and so forth. But here we can see also for duration of digital initiatives, more often than not, they have been short. So up to 5 minutes, or extremely short, up to 5 minutes, as Robin said, which is the preferred way on social media. But we've had longer ones. The DRC's online course, probably much like any other course, is longer because it emulates the direct session just in a self-paced manner. And then finally, have we ensured data privacy? And generally, I think a big discussion is on safety. And it's something that the digital risk education initiatives absolutely require, but it really needs to be spread and understood. But yes, we have ensured at least data privacy here in Ukraine. And then have we been measuring the impact of digital risk education? And it is a generally big question for digital, and compared to traditional media, how successful they are in terms of impact. But at least certainly here we have made some attempts to measure impact, and I'll be very happy to see different ways of doing that. And so with that, I'll open up the floor first from the participants. Any specific questions perhaps for anything, presentations or the survey results? Raise your hands. It is. Hi, see. Thank you very much, Caitlin. Go for it.
Hi, me again. Thank you for the presentations. Always love engaging on this topic. A couple just general comments in response to some things that were raised, and then I have 2 questions. But I wanted to say, Robin, you mentioned that there's a lot of people right now in Ukraine engaged on digital. I don't necessarily think that this is a duplication, because as we were saying, there's a need to keep things fresh, to keep updating content. It's not about people have seen something one time and then it's done and covered. It's about re-engaging, as you all said. But I also agree, Robin, it's about finding ways that we can complement each other's efforts. So I love this as a putting everything on the table and let's see where we have blind spots. So I love that effort. I have 2 questions. The first questions relate to use of Telegram, which has been a challenge for us. Initially, we looked at placing Telegram ads, and I can't remember what the budget minimum, it was something like $1 million or something that you had to invest in order to place blanket advertisements across Telegram channels. So this is what Telegram actually says. So first I was wondering if anyone managed to get partnerships with Telegram to get away from that minimum mark. I'm not sure if it was 1 million, but it was something really high like that. Instead, what we've been doing is working with individual channels that we identify to partner with and place advertisements on their channels. Of course, this creates a lot more work. And there are sometimes obstacles we face. For instance, we've discovered that some put the proceeds from the advertisements in contributions to the military, which we as a humanitarian organization cannot do. But also we have to check the channels and make sure that they're not providing any misinformation that our messages could be associated with. So just wondering how others are approaching Telegram advertisements replacements. And then my other question relates to monitoring, the best topic that we love to talk about, but specifically for geographic areas. So earlier I was raising the question of using digital to reach hard to access areas. Does anyone, either the panelists or in the audience who's been doing it, have data on whether the content has been consumed in these areas that our staff are not able to go to and are at high risk of casualties due to extensive contamination? Or do we know if it's more kind of areas outside of those targets? So I would be keen to understand what the engagement is in those areas. Thank you.
Excellent questions. Thank you very much. It is part of my questions. So maybe if anybody wants to speak more about geotagging. I think geotagging is a very, very useful tool that digital risk education can rely on. And it does relate to the second question from Caitlin. So yeah, go ahead, Tanya.
Has died. Okay, thank you, Caitlin, for the question, very relevant. In terms of geography, so for instance, when we are producing the content that we are ready to boost, either in YouTube or Facebook, we do always geo-targeting, and we always put this, as I call, health circle of Ukraine regions, starting from north, from Kyiv region, and going down and down, reaching the eastern part and then to the south. So this is what we are right now targeting, starting from, I guess, precisely the end of the last year. But when it comes about the organic content that we don't boost, but we just post it, we do look at what has been commented from. I mean, in our case, we have very grateful audience, because those are teachers or parents who like to talk in Facebook. They like to leave the comment and to tell the stories of the life from where they are, etc. Yeah, and Facebook allows you to open up the profile if they subscribe to on your page and to see from where they are. And what I like, that many of those whom we have trained along the previous years with you, with FSD, with Hela, working in Donetsk and Lugansk regions, they are now spread across Ukraine, but I still keep doing the work. And they are sending us messages. You trained us many years back. We do remember. We lost these materials. Could you please hand out some more to us, etc. But in terms of whether we post something on Facebook, for instance, or Instagram, we do look from where the reach comes. And we are happy to understand that in terms of EORE, the numbers significantly higher from the eastern Ukraine, from the south and north. And it doesn't make me sad when I see a very low from the western Ukraine. When we were doing survey in the western Ukraine, people was like, it doesn't bother us at all. We live in a different reality. Yeah, there is always the danger of cluster munition there and such type of risks. And we do, for that reason, communicate very carefully there. And we already wrap up all the activities on the ground from the western Ukraine and from the central Ukraine. We all moved to those, I guess, 10 regions, 10 oblasts along the borderline with Russian Federation and south and eastern Ukraine. In terms of the first question, so geography, I hope I had answer. Monitoring, really? No. Telegram, yes, that's Telegram, yes. In terms of, for that monitoring, in our case, we have digital team, the big one team, and we are always in touch with them. So whenever we have something to post, we do consult with them, what would they advise, and even what day and what time we have to do that, because we are a very cross-sectoral organization, taking care of many different humanitarian issues. So for that reason, we do have to match specific time to get better numbers in terms of EORE. In terms of Telegram, I can definitely assure you that we don't pay this money. And we wouldn't do that anyway. We did establish our Telegram channel. It's not that important. I wouldn't say that it's the key for us channel for communication as of now. We do have much more dedicated and audience in Viber channel. Telegram is more, right now we are checking how is it going, etc. But for us, what is more important is to collaborate with other Telegram channels and to integrate our content there. And whenever we have something very important to share through the public, through the audience that use Telegram, we do this way. We do spend some maybe small even funds to do this paid sharing, but these are very low numbers. This is like $100 of max, no more.
Yeah, just in terms of the Telegram thing, I think we're going to mirror your approach whilst we're establishing a channel. The philosophy is really to drive it through established pages and actors and leverage that, again, as an unknown organization. That's a little bit of a barrier, but if we can, penetrate and deliver through people that are already trusted, recognized, respected, then we expect we'll get a lot more traction for that. No current plans to pay for advertising. Some of that is based on the guidance we've received from creative agencies here. So we're following with that. And then in terms of that geographical reach, ours is much more pronounced in the east and the south, very limited on the west. So yeah, very similar experiences to what you've had on your channels.
However, we understand that in Western Ukraine, we still need to conduct some, we need to promote some digital materials because, for example, soldiers who are coming from the front line are bringing home a lot of things that they should leave at the front line, right? And they are bringing it, and children who think that they are safe might see a grenade, they say, oh, what a funny thing, let's play. So it's still important to cover them with a very specific content.
And it's not uncommon when we also have the proliferation of weapons for them to move from the east or south to the west. We do the similar thing with Telegram. Back when we did the rapid assessment, it showed, of course, that people mostly trust Viber and Telegram, but specifically those held by entities of the Ukrainian government. And so this is what we've, when we developed the risk education chatbot, that's what we targeted to promote it, essentially. And in terms of monitoring, generally, I think it's quite difficult to monitor digital risk education, but it's quite important to actually for us to monitor it. We did a few focus group discussions after a few mass media campaigns, but we're currently undergoing a more comprehensive assessment of all of our digital tools. So that would be the coloring books with the augmented reality, the risk education online courses, the chatbot, and mass media campaigns, and see how they compare to sort of traditional modes of delivery. And so the question for us, it's been very important, is the bang worth the buck, essentially? Because we have all quite jumped on digital generally, but we have not yet had that much data to see to what extent they're effective. They certainly are effective, but how specifically would be a good question. Do we have any other questions right now? We do indeed. Excellent. Go for it.
Буду українською.
In Ukrainian. So speaking of digital tools, we understand overall how to assess some digital parameters of it. So what is still a challenge in my understanding is quality, because we really want to change behavior of the audience. So maybe you could have any advice from your experience how we could possibly track the changes in behavior, because it takes a long time to change a behavior. It cannot change overnight. It cannot change after watching just one video. Maybe we could do some pre-tests and post-tests, or use any other ways to assess how the audience is changing their behavior. So, first thing, yes, we are testing materials. We are checking how the audience perceives the materials, and this is what we do before we start dissemination. But there are three levels of contact. First, it's about just being informed. We can ask about things people know and people don't know. So in the beginning, we worked in the east and then in the rest of Ukraine, and we can also follow the dynamics of the change of knowledge, and also we need to understand that there are certain risks associated with the mines, and also there are certain practices that we can track in our CAP service, knowledge, attitude, and practices. And as far as I understand, DRC and other partners are going to present the results of their campaigns, and yeah, maybe this way we will get some national baseline, because we have made this scale up 18 months ago. Previously we worked in the east, and right now we started working to cover the rest of Ukraine. We need to understand where we are. We need to understand who these people are, because we have millions in terms of coverage and engagement, but we need to understand the impact it has on the behavior and engagement. So the CAP survey will help to assess all of this. And also it's very important to keep our goals in mind. So if making content is our goal in and of itself, oh, that's one thing, but we also have quite clear goals about the behaviors we need to address, and that's the ongoing fight. So we need to have a very clear understanding of what the types of the mines are. We want the audience to know what to do in case they see a mine, what phone number to call. We want teachers to do lessons on mine safety, and we want parents to explain things to their children. So we could measure this, but by both quantitative and qualitative assessments. For instance, if we are doing something for farmers, we can do a qualitative study with farmers. Yeah, and I will also add about the behavior change and what we do to assess if it's happening. So a telling sign, one of the indicators we had, well, it's a number of cases among the civilians, cases that happened because of improper behavior. So usually in such meetings, we could see the increase of such situations. So until 2016, the numbers were going up. Since 2016, they were going down. And it was not only due to clearance. So DRC, FSB, and the HALO, and the Ukrainian government was working together to do this, but there were no other partners engaged. So the numbers of operators was insufficient to quickly demine the territories, but the success we saw was due to the successful informing of the population. Right now, we cannot confidently assess these numbers because the war is still going on. And so we already had the positive example based on which we could see that this work we are doing in the communities and our communication with the local and national government and the legislation updates. Well, all of this was working together, and yeah, there is the theory of change that describes all the elements that can impact the situation. So our main goal is to reduce the numbers of incidents among the civilians. Of course, it would be best to make them close to zero, but at this stage it's impossible. And so there are many factors impacting the situation. So we need to have the National Mine Action Center, National Mine Action Authority. We need to have a bunch of other things. And in the end of the day, all of this contributes to behavior change because all of this creates additional leverage for our activities in the communities. And previously, this formula worked quite well. I actually enjoyed looking at the numbers decreasing with each coming months. And this decrease was obvious. Even in case there were some escalations in the east, the numbers kept going down because the numbers, the areas that are mined did not increase, and we were doing our work well. Right now, we are at the stage where we need to set up all of those many indicators contributing to the behavior change. And to me, the decrease of the numbers of cases, it shows that we are going in the right direction. Так, я трошечки додам швиденько до цього. Ну, зазвичай це результат цілої суми взаємодій. Тут дуже рідко можна сказати, що щось стало результатом такої одиничної взаємодії із чимось. І ну, загалом це певний виклик, звісно, і виклик, з яким ми стикаємося навіть при оцінюванні традиційних форм впливу. Ну, і загалом ця робота в діджиталі якоюсь мірою відображає те, що ми і зазвичай робили. Ну і от соцмережі, Facebook, Instagram і так далі. Це усе дозволяє свій контент поширювати людям, але за цим услід могла би бути якась форма опитування серед тих, хто вже подивився матеріал. Отже, ми можемо, наприклад, після того, як поширили певний контент, провести певне опитування, визначити певний базовий рівень.
Respond to certain types of situations. And then our plan is to go back and to repeat that survey, hopefully before the end of the year, to try and give us some kind of indication as to what is happening. So that is something you can use in terms of a digital approach in trying to strengthening your understanding in terms of the impact that it is having on that behavior change. Another aspect is that we try to integrate questions around our digital coverage in those in-person sessions as well, asking people, have they seen the content? Can they feedback on it? Can they recall what it said? You know, where they see these things. So trying to blend our kind of offline and online approaches to give us a fuller picture and a better understanding of how the situation is changing. But yeah, it's important to notice that a lot of this is circumstantial. There will be people forced or have little choice but to whilst we're looking to try and reduce those casualty numbers as low as possible, that isn't always necessarily going to be the best reflection of what we've been able to do. People may often know those messages. They may know the reporting number, but still feel for whatever reason that they need to go and take certain risks. So yeah, it's a challenge. But there is also, just in terms of the evaluation of the digital side, the DLTT did establish a M&E framework that covers the key metrics that you will encounter on different social media platforms, digital platforms, so that we can more consistently evaluate the impact that we're making on the line.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Do we maybe have any questions from the online participants? It'd be a bit ironic to miss on. Not yet. Okay. Thank you very much. Anybody else from the audience? Otherwise, I'll ask a few of my questions. Okay. If you don't mind, Robin, I'll put you on the spot a little bit because it's quite an interesting thing for us to have you here who's been doing digital risk education countries as well, where we have mostly been doing it or exclusively been doing it in Ukraine. And for us, it's been very useful to have digital risk education here. You can see if you review sort of the OCHA situational reports on the 15th March, so about a couple of weeks after the conflict started, the war started, we already reported reaching 3.6 million people. And that's quite a quick response. So my question is, because Ukrainian context is a bit specific though, and I'm thinking here very good internet coverage. I'm thinking the ubiquity of Web 2.0 technologies, high digital literacy, all of that may not be the case in other countries. I remember just a couple of months later, the conflict erupted in Ethiopia, completely different situation. So maybe if you don't mind, if you've noticed any sort of specific differences when it comes to digital risk education in Ukraine compared to sort of, your work in other countries.
So I'd probably start off by saying that the opportunity in Ukraine is better than in many other contexts. You talk about Ethiopia, for example. Digital connectivity is just not as widely accessed as it is here. Here in Ukraine, essentially everybody has a smartphone, has access to the internet. It is affordable, reliable, and to a large extent, it is the de facto normal way that people consume information. So it's the go-to. You go to, we don't work in Ethiopia, but we've done quite a lot of in Somalia. And if you go to remote rural areas, it's the complete opposite situation. A lot of people may not have access, or it might be unaffordable, or it might be unreliable, whilst you will often see quite a bit of gender divide there as well, and that it is often dominated by men in terms of have access. Typically, even people in quite remote areas will have some connection to the internet, whether it is, you know, a village elder or someone like that who does have a phone and they can share that information around, or they go into cities sometimes and they can access internet and things like that. And over time, that will change to a point where ultimately everybody does have a smartphone. But then even then you might, like in Somalia, for example, Al-Shabaab will block the internet in certain territories. I don't know if in some of the, you know, some of the regions closer to Russia where I think that is still a problem, in that, you know, sort of cyber attacks can, you know, destabilize access and things like that. But I think the digital kind of online culture here in Ukraine, like, you know, for example, the meme wars, and how people have kind of engaged with it, it's, you know, the element of humor that is here isn't very common really in any other countries. They're not, it's just not as sophisticated. It is much more basic. There is often less of a kind of storytelling element to it. Is a lot more kind of, you know, as you were talking about, maybe teenagers don't appreciate, but it's a lot more kind of do this, don't do that kind of thing. Again, a lot of it's kind of influenced by cultures in terms of who people respect. So if we look at Iraq, one of the better ways to get your information out there and actually consumed and respected is to deliver that through religious leaders, because of the kind of power and influence that they have over current communities, whereas that may not be quite the same extent here. So I think, like anywhere, over the case of adapting as best as you can to that local content, looking at what lessons can be taken, but not being confident that they necessarily apply here. A case of kind of constant evaluation, iterative design in terms of evolving and learning. As one advantage of digital, in that you can get very quick, real-time feedback in terms of how effective certain pieces of content are. Like you can run content with, you know, different headlines or different sounds, different things like that to test, you know, variants of essentially the same message. So there is a testing approach that you can do. But yeah, and then the last thing is there are, as you say, most of the digital kind of aspects have been covered. Like we've talked about everything from sort of augmented reality and, you know, online training courses to very short videos to all the different platforms. You don't get that same kind of breadth or depth in other countries typically. And again, that means that we kind of have to reassess as to how we want to do things, how we can strengthen what is out there. Going back to Caitlin's comment, there is definitely value in repetition in terms of marketing and reinforcing messages. And duplication was maybe more about how we can collaborate together to better kind of utilize existing content, rather than saying we don't want to say something else, but how we can take content which has already been created and reuse it in different ways, rather than having to constantly restart again, and, you know, working with creative people to write new stories and things like that. Another little bit of a different challenge here is we faced, I think somebody else mentioned it earlier, is a lot of the creative agencies here, unfortunately, have been forced to close because they largely relied on national business and the national economy, which has struggled as a result, and consequently there just isn't the same talent out there to be able to advise. But yeah, that is increasingly something that we're going to rely on in terms of local knowledge, which we still kind of lack as an organization ourselves. But to try and bring in that expertise, and just increasingly just trying to localize things as best we can to this specific environment. But yeah, it is markedly different from all of the other countries we work in. So Iraq, Myanmar, Lebanon, Somalia, Sudan. the quality is much higher as well. Again, largely credit to you guys at UNICEF, and DRC and Halo have been doing some great work as well. But another interesting kind of observation is a lot of the content we were previously doing was kind of created in-house. Like with social media, you don't need to have everything to be super produced. You know, often raw, ready, authentic kind of content can resonate a lot better with people. And that is something that we have done in almost all of our programs. But when I pitched it to our staff here, they didn't buy into it because they didn't think the content would be sufficient quality compared to what is already out there, and they were reluctant to do that. Whether they were right with that decision, we don't know. But yeah, there's a lot going on. So it's about how do we continue to add value to that.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you very much for that reflection. Any new questions perhaps that have come up? Don't see any hands.
Є не питання, а трошечки коментар, така думка. Сергій Чуткий, керівник напряму EORE Асоціації саперів України. Колеги, я хотів би звернути увагу на таку річ, як просвітницька робота з мас-медіа. Ви помітили, особливо на початках повномасштабного вторгнення, мас-медіа, воно публікувало дуже неправильні меседжі і моделі ризикованої неправильної поведінки. Зараз ситуація трохи змінилася, але все рівно бачимо, що немає такого повного розуміння, що можна на мільйонну аудиторію випускати які сюжети, які меседжі, а які ні. І тому дуже важко працювати, коли в тебе аудиторія там 20-30 людей, а в мас-медіа мільйони споживачів, і висилаються меседжі, поради, як фермерам там себе обезпечити, як зробити ту обробку землі більш безпечною в лапках. І розумієте, на наш погляд, все-таки дуже важливо оцю аудиторію не виключати з наших бенефіціарів, так, і навчати, і просвіщати в першу чергу їх для того, щоб вони
our beneficiaries, to educate them first, for them to be able to share better information with their huge audiences. It's difficult to compete with them, so maybe it's better to just have them on our side and to explain them that their mistakes can be very
на наш погляд, теж має
the life and health of our citizens.
Excellent. Thank you for that addition. Any other comment, perhaps, or any reply to what's been said so far? Thank you.
Пане Сергію, мені здається, що ви повністю вправі.
You are well, you have some truth in what you are saying. If we had some advisory body working with the National Mine Action Authority, and they could be able to address those issues, because we as international organizations, we are invited, we are guests here, and we are not fully in the position to somehow advise to the media. So yeah, such advisory groups or advisory boards do exist, and this could be one of the possible areas of responsibility they have. It could be a part of their job description, so to speak. They could be doing some useful thing, and yeah, there are lots of media of the local level that have emerged since the onset of the war, and people are reading those media, and this is a place where some scary stories may come up, and this is where they would sometimes promote some unsafe behavior, like let's say buying some metal detectors and doing some demining of one's own. So yeah, sometimes there are such success stories published in those local media. Okay, these guys are helping their community, community, but of course, this is promoting unsafe behavior. So to us as the mine action operators and EORE operators, this is something that we need to think about. Yeah, thank you, Sergey, for highlighting this subject. Yes, we are noticing this gap in HI. So there is one little spoiler. We don't have any clear results yet, but over this year, we are going to do some training together with our partners. Hopefully this will be helpful, and by next summer we will hopefully see some results on this educational field.
Excellent, thank you. Anything else from the public? Robin, you brought up a very interesting topic, actually, of cyber attacks and safety of digital risk education. And I'll share an unfortunate situation that happened to DRC as a sort of warning to anybody who's engaging in risk education to also think about these sort of potential threats that digital does bring into the sphere, because we all like to look at the benefits of it, but there are the downsides of it. So DRC ran a quite well-known stopmina.com webpage for years before the escalation of the war in February 2022. And within a matter of weeks after the start of the war, it got hacked. It got hacked by a pro-Russian person or organization, and it became used for pro-Russian propaganda, which of course has a lot of different problematics, but certainly from DRC as a neutral humanitarian organization, we could not really promote or continue to have. So DRC had to completely disband the website, remove itself from it, and develop the new stopmina.dk webpage from scratch. And so that was quite a huge effort. I can see my staff is right now having a headache already just remembering it. And then not just that long ago, stopmina.com is now being used for adult content, right? And so we have all sorts of potential threats that can happen to digital risk education that people both in Ukraine and globally need to be aware of. And so maybe a question for the audience or for the two of you here is also, what are your sort of views on not just data privacy as we see here, but generally safety when it comes to digital risk education?
Yeah, we also got hacked a little bit. Not my accounts, but other people who had accounts linked to our social media channels got. And I also kept some of our content on a Google Drive so that I could share it with different partners and it had open access. And some accounts with Russian email addresses went in and deleted it all. Fortunately, I had backup, so it didn't really make a difference. But yeah, those threats are out there.
For instance, in UNICEF, we have specific policies in terms of data protection and what has to be applied when you are rolling out new websites. Overall, our organization is against creating new websites, because if we lead to somewhere, we have to lead to either to our website or governmental website. But it happened already that we had Inforce team, which is right now Bezpeka Info, Safety Info. And when we changed the domain and etc., it was also not easy. There were a few items in terms of the breaking the data privacy, the leaking, and although we don't collect anything but as the hack, but we do have their policies, and our T4D team, Technical for Development, is taking care of such cases and providing extra safety measures to avoid this. But this is something that really should be taken into account when it comes to the, especially first stage of emergency, and when we are rolling out activities and are the most vulnerable because of the lack of time, sources, team, safety, etc. This is when we can really be hacked. So at this case, we already have highly protected websites, for instance. When it comes to social media, as far as I know, we use the highest level of the authentication. And lately, Telegram also launched double authentication, Instagram, Facebook years ago. And we do encourage everyone to use this as much as possible. It helps.
Yeah, I think if you have two-factor authentication enabled for all of your accounts, then you should be pretty secure. Slightly different one in terms of security, something that we've been kind of pondering for a while. Like one of the best examples of kind of social media is to try and create kind of participation and kind of lean into kind of a remix culture. Like a lot of us of our generation kind of grew up with kind of being prescribed content, consuming things through like TV and radio where it was one way. A lot of the younger generation have grown up in an environment where they not only can, but want to put their own kind of spin on things, add their voice to it, put their interpretation on it. So both TikTok and Facebook have content through stories and through TikTok in terms that people can put responses or remix your videos. Which is something that we would like to encourage in some ways, but we are also concerned about some of that content being hijacked for nefarious purposes, so have not really done that yet. I don't know if that is something that you've considered, part of your kind of TikTok dance kind of stuff or anything like that.
Can I add also something that just came up to my mind? We also decreased the amount of people who has the access to all the social media accounts or to the website. Because before it was like 20 people team, right now it's like up to 3 or 5 max. And the file with all the things is also double protected, etc. So we have to consider this too. Because when you were working for years to bring the subscribers to your pages, right now we have, I don't know, 1 million maybe already on the Facebook. And then out of sudden you're losing this to build up once again, it's getting harder, and it's also about the reputation risk, of course.
Any other reflections on safety, perhaps, of digital risk education? It is a good point what you brought up, Robin, when it comes to TikTok, because it brings out the point of the organic spread within digital risk education. And, books have been written about what makes things cool. But UNICEF here in Ukraine has made quite a few things very cool. Dog Patron is one of them. The superhero stickers were very popular as well. What is sort of your advice on making digital risk education popular, perhaps specifically when we talk about, a very, the adolescent group of teenagers who are specific?
Adolescent, not adults, right? They try to not stick with any kind of, authorities. At the same time, they really like to follow someone and to follow these behaviors. So we have to identify who are those. Right now, we do have top 20, 50 bloggers in Ukraine. We are following them. We are checking how they might be perceived by our target audience, and when they might have also cringy behavior, something that we do not endorse. So for that reason, for instance, in UNICEF, we have don'ts, when we don't reach out to a specific blogger. But in terms of how we can make digital cooler, when it comes, the audience is already very, have seen a lot. And it's getting harder and harder to attract. But I guess we are right now, with all of us, in a very industrialized society living, and the new technology is bringing to us these type of instruments that we can use, the tools, like video projections, the same VR, AR, etc. We just have to be very careful and to understand whether this development works in the end of the day and will pay off, and also how it can be done quickly, because in terms of EORE, this is something where we cannot wait for. Someone is waving you, where we can wait for months, years for development stage, etc., because we are still in the active zone, in the active phase. What else in terms of Dog Patron, I guess, is someone who is not interested for adolescent and for teenagers. He's more for pre-teenagers still interested. For the rest, he's very just cute dog, and it's good to interact once you see this, to make the photo, of course, but it's not something that he's still, role model. But the role model are those bloggers so far. And sometimes it's a little bit pity, because right now it's very highly popularized that blogger is the profession of the future. And we are living in, at some point we will go to recovery stage, and someone who has to recover cannot be blogger too. Might be on the post, but has to be other professions as well. So we have to find role models also a part of the bloggers who can be interested. There are a few people in Ukraine who are involved into fundraising for the army, etc. But as the natural, we cannot collaborate with them. But I guess the singers, they're still relevant. Specific professionals, they're also relevant. And we have always be careful what's going on and to react. So to check everything new, because it was Dog Patron to make him ambassador. It was like when I told this to our colleagues, they look at me, it's like, he's dog. What are you talking about? Yes, I was like, but let's try. Why not? It will be the first dog. So I guess at some years we might have some fun, something else, and just to be attentive enough. Do not miss it out. And it's hard to predict what will be the next. And I guess this is the best part of our job. You have to be always extremely attentive and perceptive to everything around.
Wonderful. Thank you for those words of advice. I will give it one more. I see there is one more. Excellent. Go for it.
Чи стикались ви з хейтом?
Ever faced any hate on the internet? And if yes, what was your response? Yes, we did. And we have a digital team who gets all of those messages on social media, and we are only getting some brief summaries, or if there is any call to action and we have to respond, then we do it. But much of that hate is something that we don't need to pay attention to, because we never be ideal. But sometimes if we are not really delivering on what we have promised to our audience, then yes, we of course have to take action to express our opinion, to apologize, etc. But otherwise, we are not using social media of the organization as a field for discussions with people. And there are forums, message boards, channels, etc. But if such hate does exist, it's a good sign. It's a sign that people actually can see you. Maybe they disagree with you, but it does not necessarily mean that you are doing something wrong, because maybe you are ahead of the people who are right in these things. And the great thing in our work is that we are not bloggers. We are humanitarian organizations, and actually people appreciate what they get from us. Maybe not at once. Maybe it takes time.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely, you have hecklers online all the time, for sure. And it's not just risk education related, it will be related to all sorts of things. I remember my favorite one is then here and there somebody says, why do you help the Danish refugee in Ukraine? Don't we have enough Ukrainians to help, you know? So it's sometimes it's really out there, the comments you get. So we have like a whole comms team who then really follows, and the mass media agency that we work with, they've been well aware of these issues and how to respond in a sort of neutral manner and so on and so forth. But yeah, it happens a lot.
I will just add here. Я згадала, Віра, коли ми запустили...
Yeah, I recall how we launched that campaign with memes and bloggers. We thought we would face lots of hate, and we are using humor, etc. And we are speaking of such an important subject, but it was actually a very timely campaign. The amount of such comments was minimal. The majority of people told us, wow, you have found a great form to deliver this information in the fun way to reach as many people as possible. And even wherever there was some hate, people did their best to protect us. So for instance, some parts of the audience in Ukraine do not understand that UNICEF is a UN agency, but as a UN agency, we faced hate for not being able to respond fast enough, etc. Well, freedom of speech is a good thing, and people are using it to tell us what to do. But there are other followers who are protecting us in the comments. They are advocating for us, and we don't even have to intrude much. They are explaining all the good things that UN agencies are doing. So yeah, my advice is not to engage in that too much. When you start developing your social media, and your followers can actually protect you. Я просто додам, що це, ну, в принципі, природа сама цього середовища, коли ви працюєте з великими кількостями людей, негативні коментарі будуть. Ну, хай собі будуть, не варто на цьому сильно зациклюватися. Ну і в більшості платформ є такі інструменти, які допоможуть вам небажані коменти просто приховати і уникнути якихось проблематичних моментів.
Some of our content, you know, hitting like millions of people. You look at that compared to like when we're working in Lebanon, for example. All of our materials have to include the LMAC, the National Mine Action Authority's logo, because of the kind of attitude towards the government in that country. They see that logo, affiliate us with the government, and we attract a lot of negative political comments that we have little to do with. And that does require a little bit more of a kind of intensive kind of response and consideration about how to effectively manage that and how to manage that responsibly. As you say, freedom of speech is important. But at the same time, particularly if you're pushing things out through ads, people can use that opportunity, knowing it's going to be seen by lots of people, to try and hijack it for other purposes. You know, some people will monitor kind of ads that go out, get that first comment up. They might be able to kind of, you know, artificially kind of put a few likes behind that comment. It will sit at the top of your comment feed. So my experience, or our experiences in Ukraine, haven't been too rough on that side, which is interesting considering what we're talking about, that kind of Russian kind of cybersecurity element. It's been fine here. And then just quickly jumping back to the kind of cool question, or how it used to be framed. I used to always get asked, like, how do you make something go viral? Which unfortunately doesn't really happen to the same extent now. If you forgive my my kind of language here, there is a very good book written about the enshittification of social media, which basically talks about how when these platforms launched, they're all focused on growth and driving that organic engagement. And then they faced a lot of tech companies, whether it's Facebook or Uber, they face that challenge between how do we take these big audiences and all these users and monetize that to make money. And how social media companies have done that is restrict that organic growth to drive people towards paid advertising. And like 10, 15 years ago on Facebook, it was genuinely a case of the best content won out. Now, to do well, you almost have to include an advertising element within that. You know, some people or bigger organizations can use a kind of astroturfing approach. So if you consider a kind of grassroots is an organic, you know, natural swell of interest, you know, big organizations will, you know, encourage people, their influencers. You will see it sometimes when suddenly various kind of influencer people are suddenly all talking about the same things. They're saying the same things at the same time. Or you will see politicians do this for a major campaign. They're coming out with the framed phrases to interpret things. We won't have that kind of ability now. So that is a harder challenge than it was before. But I would say you're trying to kind of keep an eye out for kind of cultural moments as things kind of emerge. As you said, they're not really very easy to predict, but where you can kind of catch on to those and leverage and kind of use those to your advantage. But these moments are, they're fleeting. What is popular today is gone tomorrow, right? A meme might cross your kind of network. You might spend a few days working on it, and by the time you get it out, people have, past and over that joke again. So, but then the other thing which you've done very well is that something which is kind of universal across all social media, if you want engagement, animals. So, cute dogs, good plan.
By the way, I remembered, were DRC providing cash transfer within humanitarian response?
Yes, yeah.
So I guess all of us who were providing cash transfer have seen the biggest hate possible in country, and no more than this is possible. Because if HI didn't do that, but plan, be ready, then the hate will arrive. Because when people didn't get money in that very day moment when they expected, you have seen them so nasty and furious like never before. You didn't even believe that those people passed through the war, etc. So I guess so far that's not the hate, as long as you didn't do cash transfer.
Good, and this is kind of like a segue for our last section of the day, when we will talk about integrating risk education with broader humanitarian response. Before we start with that, I feel we deserve a bit of a toilet break or a smoke break. And so we will reconvene in 10 minutes and finalize the workshop. So thank you very much so far. Come back 10 minutes from now, all right? And thank you, Tanya, thank you, Robin. Excellent session. Yeah, you have the... Yeah. And that's absolutely fine. As long as you speak slower, the translation is better then. But don't worry, it's a relaxed group of people. Do you go by Kolya or Mikola? How do they call you? Nikita?
My parents take name Kolya.
Yeah.
But Ukrainian language translate Mikola.
Mikola, yeah. Well, I'm Nick, so we're kind of the same name. It's kind of the same name, exactly. All right, everybody, we're about to start. So if you're still standing, please have a seat. We'll give you a minute.
I forgot my name.
Put the previous one. Take it easy. So can we get to the main present? This one, yes, exactly. Thank you. Perfect. Okay, welcome back. This is the last discussion of the day, integration of risk education within the broader humanitarian response. It is, again, quite a big topic. We've heard some things pop up in previous discussions that relate to this, especially under emergency risk education materials. But hopefully we have now under a dedicated section even more examples of that. What we generally will be looking at in this section is, have our organizations integrated any elements of conflict preparedness and protection, CPP? How do we rate our community's support for other humanitarian workers? Have we sought any sort of integrations between risk education and the all sort of multi-sectoral emergency response? Have we sought any useful information for EORE from other humanitarian actors? And how would we rate the community's support to government stakeholders engaged in humanitarian response? Again, only a few sort of prompting questions to think about. And I welcome very nicely here on the stage with me, Mikola from the Norwegian People's Aid, MPA, who's prepared a presentation on risk education and CPP specifically. The floor is yours. Just give it a second and there will be...
Так, добрий день. Я спробую говорити не дуже багато, бути не багатослівним, тому що я розумію, що сьогодні був дуже насичений день.
That there was lots of information delivered today, and well, I don't know if the interpreter is not tired yet. So please make sure you inform me in case I speak too much. And let me speak about the emergency response in Ukraine started by our organization last year. NPA started to work in spring, and we have focused our effort on humanitarian demining over the last year. And we were certified for the full cycle of humanitarian demining. And since the current year, we have started informing population on EOD risks and conflict preparedness and protection. We have 14 teams of non-technical surveying and EORE. So they worked in the combined mode. They arrive in the communities which have been polluted by mines and unexploded munitions. They collect evidence from the population. They inform people about specific risks associated with a specific territory, and they do information sessions. So the teams work in Sumy, Mykolaiv, and Kherson regions. I know that some organizations integrate CPP messages into their EORE campaigns. And I do understand that the EORE topic will be very relevant until the last square meter of land is cleared in Ukraine. And the CPP messages will be relevant while we are still having this war and we are having Russian Federation encroaching the Ukrainian land. So a few words about CPP and how we are integrating this approach. And so let us have a brief discussion on this. And so I will have a brief presentation of the CPP we are sharing with beneficiaries. I mean, that's the second part of my slides. And if you want, I can share this information with you as well. But at first, a few words about why we need a CPP and what exactly it is.
Невеличкі технічні труднощі. Є. Дуже дякую.
Thank you. So here you can see some statistics about the numbers of people impacted from the use of arms over the year 2022, and you can see that 98% impacted by explosives are civilians, and in Ukraine it's over 26,000 people who were impacted by explosives. And it is very important because, well, these numbers could be much lower if people followed the rules of safe behavior, if people did not ignore the EORE alerts, if they made some preparations for the war-associated risks and dangers that may happen during the armed conflict, if they avoided the large number of people gathering in one place. Because we can see this in messengers, we can see warnings and EORE alerts. And in our nature, we can see that some missile has attacked a mall or I don't know, some other public place. This is avoidable if people followed the advice, if people stayed in the safe place during the air raid alerts, we would have much fewer casualties. I do understand that in some regions, this air raid alerts can be activated for hours per day. But if we changed this approach somehow, if we add some golden rules into those air raid messages, for instance, air raid alerts, please go to shelter, and in the next message, if you have discovered some dangerous object, do not approach, do not touch, and call some phone number. And so also we need to understand why the air raid is happening. Is it just an airplane, or is it some real missile? Again, people need to be aware what the actual risk is. So the idea is large of Ukrainian territory in the south and east of Ukraine is constantly under threat of shelling and missile attacks. Lots of people reside in those regions, and if they have been through this training, they could safeguard their lives and the territories around them. So the impact of this informing of the dangers, it can change the behavior models in people who listen, who can hear the correct messages on how to get ready, how to act in the condition of the armed conflict, because the intention is to mitigate the risks, to safeguard people, and these messages, they are based on the specific experience of people and their actions in the times of armed conflict. So as a feedback, people are sharing some of their experiences, their actions, and the consequences of those actions during the conflict, because well, no one really was ready for February 24th last year, and one can never be ready for a conflict. Well, we can take some actions to mitigate the risks, yes. And the main component here, something that I have mentioned already, the preparation for armed conflicts. The idea behind it is to reduce the impact and to reduce the impact on people's lives and daily activities, to make communities more resilient, to safeguard people, make them able to share this information to those beside them. And the main components of this informant within CPP programs, this is based on advocacy, on safety messages, maybe something that people are going to need in an emergency situation. Also, we include here assessments and a service in the field, and CPP safety education and training, how to get ready for one's actions in the conditions of an armed conflict. And the main components of these messages are consisting of three parts. We are telling about things that need to be done before, during, and after a serious situation. So the idea is to have a plan, to get ready, to realize the risks associated with an armed conflict, to get ready some safe premises, some possibilities for safe hibernation in a shelter, for instance, when it is dangerous to leave the place, and also to minimize the risks for the person in their current house. And so we understand that the main risk associated with explosion is the impact of temperature, explosion energy, and the accompanying fragments that can impact the person. So the person needs to be aware how to pick the safest room, how to get ready the house for such extreme situations. So there needs to be evacuation plan, there needs to be some preparation, there needs to be some emergency backpack that can be quickly grabbed. And so there are some activities that can be implemented. And if there is no internet connection available, again, a person needs to know how to realize some dangerous events have started. They need to realize what needs to be done during an attack, and how to take a safe pose if necessary, and how to also keep tracking the events that are happening. And also there need to be recommendations on what needs to be done after the attack. So how does a person understand that the situation is over? So there needs to be the understanding of this, that, for instance, some place needs to be cleared, or like one needs to evacuate, or if there is a small child or a pet with a person, how they needs to be safely evacuated. And what if we are having some unexploded ordnance beside us? So again, there are some associated risks. And so there are some basic messages on the fire safety that also can be added here, or some first aid or some survival messages. I know that some organizations are adding some MHPSS messages. So again, some good examples of correct communications for those who have been impacted. And one more area for informing the population may include community-based trainings. This may include school-based trainings, trainings for teachers and non-governmental organizations, for them to be aware how to get ready for a dangerous situation. But the students as well, they need to be aware of the best algorithms that can save them in a dangerous situation, so that they may share this information not only with their friends, but also with the adults, their parents. Children then can give some advice to their parents. Also, we can deliver TOT because, well, the operators in this area of activity are scarce. So we are doing our best to have some partner organizations working with us, so that we can deliver this information to as many people as possible. And we are also providing training to other NGOs. There can be theater shows, yet another method of delivery of information, then distribution of some printed materials. There can be some radio and TV messages and messages on social media. And speaking of communication and integration of messages, together with organizations, with our partners who are the Sappers Association of Ukraine, we are implementing this in Kharkiv, Sumy, Dnipro, and Mykolaiv. And since the beginning of this year till the end of the last months, we have delivered over 500 information sessions covering over 12,000 people. Right now, this number is actually even higher, maybe 50 and 100 people higher. So we have also developed targeted messages for PR campaigns. There were posters and city lights with this QR code in Bucha. They displayed the addresses of bomb shelters, and also there were phone numbers of persons responsible that a person could scan this code and see in their application where the shelters are, and in case of a dangerous situation, in case of an error rate alert, the person could go down to a shelter. Also, our organization developed posters with all the associated messages. So the things that need to be done before, during, and after a dangerous situation. So this is a depiction of those posters, which needs to be done prior, during, and after an attack. So these are the main messages I wanted to share with you. And as I have mentioned before, a CPP and in times of conflict, that's a basic preparedness module, how to get ready, how to plan, how to reduce risks in the times of armed conflicts. Thank you.
Excellent, Mikola. Thank you very much for this presentation.
Чудово, Микола. Дякую дуже за вашу презентацію. Аплодисменти.
Especially in emergency settings, like you said, CPP, while a conflict or a war is ongoing, is quite important. And so I think a lot of us have also been integrating CPP elements into our risk education, whereas, of course, MPA is sort of the leading actor on CPP generally, so you have them dedicated, and I'm sure others do as well. I will ask the technical support to go back to the main presentation. I'll ask you for the clicker. Thank you very much. And we will have a look again at some survey results there about the broader thematic of integration of risk education and other responses. And then I'll open up the floor for Mikola and for you to ask any questions, add any sort of examples you have. These are quite important for us as we gather lessons learned. And then if the offer still stands and there's time, Mikola has also volunteered to show us how a CPP session looks like. But let's have a look at the results over here. How many of us in Ukraine have integrated risk education with CPP? You can see a half and half split. As I said, DRC certainly has some elements, but not a full CPP session, and I'm sure others have a similar approach to it. And then how would you rate risk education's community support for other humanitarian workers? We have rated ourselves quite high here, so 4 out of 5 in terms of how much we've provided sort of risk education support to other humanitarian workers, going especially into high risk or EO contaminated areas. And then have we sought integrations of risk education in the overall multi-sectoral emergency response? And you can see here that overwhelmingly we have. And as I've said at the beginning, there's been a few examples already mentioned over the course of the day, but I'm happy to sort of pick your brain and see what else was out there and what can also be replicated by the global risk education community. And then have we sought useful information from for risk education from other humanitarian sectors or actors? And again, indeed, we have overwhelmingly done so. And then how would we rate the support that we have provided to the government or government stakeholders engaged in humanitarian response? We're thinking here, of course, the state emergency services, Ministry of Integration, all of the oblast authorities, local communities, so on and so forth. And once again, we have rated ourselves quite high, 3.86 out of 5. So generally, we seem to be quite content. If that's true, or if it's not, if there's any sort of constructive criticism, this is sort of the last slide on this, I believe. Yes, indeed. And so I open the floor for any questions or comments on the survey, or for Mikola here from MPA. Go ahead. Do I see any hands up? Anybody on? Yeah, excellent.
Is it on? Yeah. I seem to have a habit of opening the discussion.
And thank you for that.
So more of a comment, and thank you so much, Mikola. It's always great to see you up there. Mikola used to be HI, and we were very, very sad that he's moved to NPA, but it's their gain. So on CPP, I think many of you have heard me discussing a lot about the need, I think, for all of us collectively to think about how we can update CPP messaging. At least for HI, we're still using a lot of the same messages from the winter time, knowing that the context has changed quite a lot, that there is a lot of fatigue related to alarms. So what I want to make as a comment is more of a commitment, and that will keep me accountable, that as HI, we endeavor to organize in the next 1 to 2 months a meeting between different actors who are working on CPP, discuss how we can make sure that our messages are still updated, relevant, and realistic. Also keeping in mind that the CAP survey currently ongoing is looking at CPP as well. So hopefully we'll have some findings to draw on. And then I guess, because I always leave it with a question, linked to CPP, but also EORE, in giving the message that go to shelter when there is an alarm. I'm curious what other organizations have as procedures when there is an air alarm during your session. So we sometimes go to shelter, sometimes do not. It depends, of course, on the circumstance and what the threat is and what the instructions we receive from security are. But we're cognizant that when we're in a CPP session and we tell them, go to shelter when there's an alarm goes off and we say, okay, we can stay, we can continue, right? We're not exactly modeling the behavior that we're promoting. So just curious how other organizations are addressing this.
Дякую за ваш коментар.
Thank you for your comment. Well, yeah, we can gladly take part in such discussions if there is such a group established, the group of partners informing the population and taking part in conflict preparedness. We can update the messages so we can make them more relevant and understandable, and very importantly, they need to be accessible. I mean, many people are not getting the messages because they are residing in some remote areas, or well, they can deal with operators who are not sharing these messages. Yeah, this is an issue of very high importance. And in terms of timing, it would make every sense for these messages to be united into, let's say, one slideshow that presents all the risks happening in the wartime, during shelling and after the shelling, because, well, there are lots of explosive objects in Ukraine's territory, and this number grows by the day. And we also understand that your representations on average, they take between 30 and 45 minutes. And the full CPP presentation takes the same time. So when the teams do their informant sessions, when they work door to door, when they have only 20 minutes to share this information, quite understandably, they cannot cover all the information there, picking the most important messages. So it would make every sense for us to sit down together with those who understand the importance of sharing this information with beneficiaries, for us to think how this can be adapted and made more effective and suitable. So speaking of how we can respond to an EORE alert during a session, well, there is the algorithm of self-behavior, which is described in the security and safety standards of our organization. We should not impose any risks on ourselves or the local population. If we hear the EORE alert, we understand that it is unsafe to be there. And so in the situation of a mass gathering, even if it has to do with just 10 to 15 people, it is still a mass gathering, so we have to finish, we have to proceed to a safer place. And it's best to have such sessions in a bomb shelter.
Is this working? Yeah, sorry. For Halo's side as well, we incorporate CPP elements into our stuff, but we don't do a ton of CPP, but we have had this problem as well, where air raid sirens will go off in the middle of a session. Ideally, we try to keep sessions within walking distance of shelters, but obviously that's not always possible. In those instances, we'll follow the 2-wall rule, so we'll stop what we're doing, go and have at least 2 walls. But obviously that stops the session right there, because we're not packing up all our materials and bringing them into the shelter with our with everyone. So there have been quite a few times when I've been out, we've gone to a session, and then people who are participating in the session will just walk off because they're no longer interested, or after the air raid leaves, they'll say, okay, actually, I don't have enough time to stick around for the rest of this. So that is a big logistical challenge for us, is trying to keep the attention throughout the air raid and afterwards as well.
Я б хотів додати.
I would like to add briefly about this. There is a very effective thing we can do when planning some activities for the audience at a certain location. We could include access to some shelter, or even better, to plan such a session to be conducted in a protected place, such as a shelter. So we can have such an event under the level of the ground.
Yeah, it's similar with DRC, as Patrick has said, but there are obviously logistical issues when you have to relocate to a shelter. One of the reasons I've already put you in a shelter to begin with is that oftentimes you then don't have any electricity, any light. People don't have anywhere to sit, and so on and so forth. So you really have to go from a very high-tech environment to a really low-tech environment in which you have to use flip charts and your phones to shed light on the flip charts, and so on and so forth. So it does present logistical issues. That's absolutely true. Any other comments on CPP or broadly on risk education integration? I have one more, I see. Thank you.
Hi. I mean, I appreciate Caitlin's question. I think we've kind of dodged the inherent kind of contradiction in what we're saying. I mean, we've talked a little bit about policies and security policies for our different organizations and how we might respond. But the contradiction there is that people do have fatigue for safety alarms. The air alarms go off, nothing happens. You know, I mean, here in Kyiv last week, we had 8 alarms in a day. They would come on, they turn off 5 minutes later, on, off. So there is that kind of fatigue within the population. And I think we need, when it comes to CPP messaging, we need to adapt those messages that are a little bit closer to reality, or how people might realistically respond. You know, if I was trying to reduce the risk of car accidents and dying in a car accident, well, don't get in a car. Okay, that's the safest possible behavior to avoid that kind of risk. but it's not a realistic thing to say to someone. So I think we need to find messaging that is, here's Telegram channels that tell you what the actual threat is. Here's, there are other information sources. We need to provide people with ways to make a judgment about what level of risk they want to take in these situations. And so I don't necessarily have a solution to that, but I'm saying that perhaps our safe behavior messaging in this case is ineffective because it's unrealistic and never going to be adopted.
Я хотів просто
I
додати.
would like to comment on this. I do understand that there is fatigue and people are tired of these ongoing air raids and they are ignoring them, thus putting themselves at risk, and we are getting higher numbers of victims with every coming day. But one of the solutions, one of the ideas how to address this situation is to provide indeed more detailed information on why the air raid is announced, so that the person can see where the risk is coming from. Not everyone is able to use internet. Some people are using outdated mobile phones. They are able to get the message about the air raid alert, but they don't understand the exact reason of why it is happening, and so they are just ignoring the air raid alert altogether. So if there was a higher chance of understanding why the air raid is happening, people would respond wisely.
Excellent. Do we have anybody else on the topic? Let me recap a little bit of what has been sort of already flagged as an integration that we've sought as a community. It came, for example, under the emergency risk education materials, and how we have integrated that in the broader humanitarian response when it came to either working through the logistics cluster or embedding the materials into the OCHA humanitarian convoys that went into newly accessible areas soon thereafter. At DRC, we've put a leaflet in every non-food item package with every cash grant. All of the protection teams, shelter teams, they all take care of these things and distribute them as well. So that's another example. I think one of those topics or lessons learned for us is the amount of need from other NGOs, be them international or national, for risk education sessions. And that has been very new, looking at the pre-war period and the after-war period. And so I would be interesting to see what has been your experience in providing risk education sessions for other NGOs. The DRC certainly has had quite a lot of demand for it. But we also recognize that we don't have an NGO-specific session, and that is, we're being transparent with NGOs, but since there's such a need for it, they will very often still opt in normal adult session, but we recognize that is a limit that DRC has. I know that Halo, I believe, has an NGO-specific session. Patrick, if it's not too much, maybe you give a few examples of your work on that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have NGO-specific sessions that are primarily done online. We have them in Ukrainian and English on request. But honestly, even for us, we've been doing it for about a year now, and it is still pretty general. It's not tailored as well to specific activities as it could be. It's 90 minutes as opposed to our standard adult session, which is 60 minutes. And the big difference right now is just the level of detail it goes into on specific threats. What we want to start doing, we were discussing before, is adding in, getting more information about where specific orgs are working and talking about the actual threats there, showing them maps of confirmed hazardous areas, and yeah, just letting them know hard areas to avoid, which areas we believe are safe to be entering in. So it's a work in progress at this point.
Excellent. Any other operator or organization that sort of been involved in that kind of response or integration that wants to present any lessons learned or anything like that? I think we're all getting a little tired. Is there anybody perhaps online that would like to contribute to that? Anybody on? Very well. Thank you very much, online community. Then I guess, Mikola, are you still interested in showing us how the CVP session looks like? Would that be of interest?
Якщо слухачі
Now, if the audience, if the partners, if people in this room are not against, yeah, let me briefly show this CPP session to show the contents, the messages in there, how we were able to pack that into slides, and how we are trying to share these messages with the beneficiaries. Yeah, if you are not against, I will be very brief in demonstrating the things to you. So a few words about conflict preparedness. A brief explanation of what this module contains and what the associated risks may be. To have a better understanding of these risks, the person needs to act in such a way to safeguard their lives and the lives of people surrounding them. So there are three key topics: what to do before, during, and after a negative event to protect oneself and one's family. So, things to be done before. This implies the understanding of risks that may arise during an armed conflict. So what is the most unsafe element here? What needs to be done to get one's place and oneself ready for a dangerous situation? So for explosive ammunition, the most serious part is explosion itself. And if you are hit directly, tough luck, but you can hide from the indirect impact of the explosion. And so after the explosion is happening, there is the energy and the temperature that poses danger to people, and thus we have to minimize this risk by safeguarding ourselves and our families. We have to remove all the elements that can be creating fragments. We need to close the windows, cover them with some sandbags or any other ways. We need to get ready our premises for a possible negative situation. We need to be able to pick the safest room out of the existing ones. So there needs to be at least two walls protecting us from the street, and also at least two floors above us. So if the explosion is happening outside, it is the first room that is impacted first, but then the things in the room are creating secondary fragments, and this is why we are picking the room protected by two walls. And in this protected room, we have the emergency stash that would let us hibernate for 2 weeks, because if we understand now that there can be a dangerous event, we may need to stay indoors for 2 days, and it's better to have more items than less. And this is an example of such list of items that one need to keep ready. There needs to be some food, some water, some medicines that one normally uses, some warm items, some medication, etc. And we need to take care of both the physical and mental aspects of keeping ourselves safe. We need to have some books and other forms of entertainment with us. And here is the emergency backpack and the most necessary items that one can take with them. So there can be some water and food that would be enough for a couple of days, again, some money and some documents, etc., etc. It is advised to also have a digital version of the documents, because the documents can be lost or destroyed. In many situations, people who were leaving their homes after the onset of the full-scale invasion, they had their items destroyed, and it's very difficult to restore things later. We also understand that there needs to be a vacation plan, and we need to understand that there needs to be a car ready for evacuation. We need to understand that there is a certain action plan we are starting to follow in an emergency. So sometimes we are getting the information on EORE alerts to our cell phone, but sometimes we just don't, because the internet is unavailable or the mobile connection is unavailable. So there can be some external factors, such as the noises of some drones or aircrafts, etc. You hear the noise that you normally don't hear, and it can show you that there is some danger outside. So we are warning people about the dangerous behavior in the very onset of such attack, and this can have impact on life and health of people. So we need to be able to go outside. We should not film things on the mobile phone. We need to stay in a safe room or in a shelter, to stay in a safe pose, to protect ourselves and people around us. So this is the safe recovery position. We need to stay as close as possible to the ground, protecting our ears, protecting ourselves from any possible fragments. And also, if we are in the car, we need to stop, we need to leave the car, we need to stay as far as possible from the car, we need to find some natural elements to protect us, because, well, the car can be the target, and if it explodes, everything around it will be impacted. And here are some actions to be taken after the attack. So how can we understand that the attack is over? Well, that's when we get some official message, or that's when we understand that some building is being impacted, some building beside us. So if you are going to some shelter or a safe place from your building or your office, or if there is fire in the building, or you have got the information that the district you are at is going to be attacked, you have to leave the place as fast as possible. So we understand that one needs to get ready as early as possible. There need to be several pathways how to leave the place. You can leave the place by your own car. The second option is when you have small children and the elderly beside you, or there can be a situation when some people were injured or have fainted because of the explosion, or well, in any situation, there can be some people responsible for evacuation process, making sure that this emergency bag is not just forgotten in this place. And also, if you need to evacuate with a child or a pet, it's better to get ready in advance. You need to have some information written down, let's say about the child, the information that the child would keep in their pocket. And you should also explain your child while this piece of information is necessary. And also, you need to make sure you take a photo of the child before evacuation. Also, if you are evacuating with a pet, you need to get ready. There needs to be the animal carrying container. There needs to be a set of medication if your pet is taking any, because, well, the travel may take some time. And so we are taking all of these actions to minimize risks that exist for us and our surroundings. And we need to understand that the stairways are safer than elevators in emergencies. We need to understand that the inner walls are safer, so we need to stay closer to them. And so when we leave the building, we do our best to keep away from it, because there is a risk that the building will be attacked directly, or that the building may collapse. If you have low mobility people beside you, if they need evacuation, there needs to be some ways to help them evacuate. So also all the emergency numbers available in Ukraine, all the frequencies that can be used for radio connection, well, all of this needs to be available, and you need to get ready beforehand, because every person can face some risks outside, such as unexploded ordnance. If you have any questions, by the way, share them with me.
No questions. Very well. Then I will ask the technical support to come back to the original presentation. Thank you very much. You can stay up here. Excellent. Thank you very much. So this is just the wrap up, essentially. It's been quite a big 2 days. We've gone through a lot. So let me just sort of summarize what we have come at before I send you all off on a nice weekend. Why we sort of organized this workshop to begin with is that in early weeks or months after the escalation of the war here in Ukraine, the risk education community here struggled finding guidelines or updated guidelines, good practices on how restructure or redesign the programming that we used to have before the war into a completely new context. And so we wanted to organize this 18 months later for us to come together and relook at some of the guidelines and some of the instructions that we have and see what we've learned here in Ukraine and maybe perhaps share this experience with practitioners outside of Ukraine, because, you know, for at least two examples, the Ethiopian conflict and not so long ago, the Sudanese conflict erupted since Ukrainian. And it's quite unfortunate that very likely there will be more of things like that. And then the need for emergency risk education will continue to exist. And then secondly, it is very important for us as a community to look at the last 18 months and reflect on what we've done. There's been a lot of running around in the last year and a half, and so it was very, I think, beneficial for us to stop for a second and have a look at what we have done, what could have been done better, and what we can do in the future. And so that's at least two things that we wanted to have as an objective here. So I want to thank at this point all of the participants, both of you in person and those online. There's been almost 150 of you who have joined in over the course of the last 2 days. You've come from 18 different countries, which I think reflects sort of the broad interest that the community has on this topic. We've come from both local and international NGOs, from different UN agencies, from the academia, from corporations, and government stakeholders. So it's a broad participation on that end as well. I want to thank all of the presenters. You know, pretty much every single mine action operator in Ukraine had presented their practices or lessons learned over the last 2 days, starting, of course, from the DRC, and then MPA, UDA, the Halo Trust, HI, UNICEF, MAG, and so thank you very much to everybody who has shared that and shared this space with me here at the top. I want to generally thank also the Risk Education Advisory Group and the Risk Education Working Group here in Ukraine, who helped us put together the concept for this workshop and ask all of these prompting questions and that we asked during these 2 days for us to be able to extract the main lessons learned. You know, we've looked at where we stand right now with explosive ordnance contamination in Ukraine and the amount of accidents that have arisen from that. But we have also looked at the response the risk education community has made, both in terms of mine action operators and the state actors. We also had a better understanding of the knowledges, the attitudes, and the behaviors of the people that we are here to serve. And then we had 5 big discussions. We looked at how we have coordinated and how monitoring is being conducted. We looked at emergency risk education materials. We looked at how to reach people on the move and those in generally hard to reach areas. How useful digital risk education is in such times, and how to generally integrate risk education into the broader response, humanitarian response. And so there's been sort of quite a lot of discussions and interesting things that have come out of it. As I've said several times already, this has all been recorded and it will be shared with you. We have been kindly also invited to put the video of the recording on the Global Mine Action Area of Responsibility webpage, so it'll be available for the community of practice long after. And then DRC will also be analyzing all of the responses that we got from the forum, the comments that you provided, the survey that we created over here, and all of the examples that were shown, and putting together that analysis and shared with everybody as sort of updated guidance on emergency risk education. I want to also definitely also thank our donor, which is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands, who made this entire event possible for all of us. And then, if nothing else, I wish you all a very nice weekend. Stay safe, and we'll be in touch. Thank you very much.